thank you, Morgana, for bringing her to my attention. And young lady, I know you don't know why you're here, but I know who you really are. Yes.
So you're gonna blackmail me?
I don't know if blackmail's the right word. Yeah.
It's the word.
I'm the Imperator's successor. Sure. I'm already sick of you already. Ah!
For the murder of Sinister Sully.
What's going on?
Well, guess Detroit's my new home. Welcome, my friends, to Horror City, Detroit. That's right, Detroit. We're here in Corktown, USA.
Corktown? I thought we were in Detroit.
Corktown's a part of Detroit. You know, like the boroughs in New York City, we're in all that.
We're in New York?
No, we're not. Let's just go to the movie.
I don't know. What about our guest? What about this
that's
movie?
right.
What movie are we having?
We have a guest from ancient Egypt for you folks this evening.
Am I still being blackmailed?
You damn right you're being blackmailed. Now, on to the movie Night of the Living Dead.
They ought to make the day the time changes, the first day of summer.
What?
Well, it's 8 o'clock and it's still light.
A lot of good the extra daylight does us. Now, we've still got a 3-hour drive back. We're not going to be home until after midnight.
Well, if it really bugged you, Johnny, you wouldn't do it.
You think I want to blow Sunday on a scene like this? You know, I figure we're either going to have to move Mother out here or move the grave into Pittsburgh.
She can't make a trip like this.
Oh, darn it, she can't. Is there any of that candy left?
No.
Look at this thing. We still remember. I don't. You know, I don't even remember what the man looks like.
Johnny, it takes you 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes to put the wreath on the grave and 6 hours to drive back and forth. Mother wants to remember, so we trot 200 miles into the country and she stays at home.
Well, we're here, John, all right?
Test. We're back on? Oh. Ladies and
Hey,
gentlemen, we're coming back on the air after an interruption due to technical problems.
There's nothing wrong with the radio. Must have been the station.
Which row is it in?
Well, there's no one around.
Well, it's late. If you'd gotten up earlier.
Oh, look, I already lost an hour's sleep on the time change.
I think you complain just to hear yourself talk. There it is.
I wonder what happened to the one from last year. Each year we spend good money on these things. We come out here and the one from last year's gone.
Well, the flowers die, and the caretaker or somebody takes them away.
Yeah, a little spit and polish. You can clean this up. Sell it next year. Wonder how many times we bought the same one. Hey, come on, Barb. Church was this morning, huh? Hey, I mean, praying's for church, huh? Come on.
I haven't seen you in church lately.
Well, there's not much sense in my going to church. Do you remember one time when we were small, we were out here? It was from right over there. I jumped out at you from behind the tree, and Grandpa got all excited, and he shook his fist at me, and he said, "Boys, you'll be damned to hell." Remember that? Right over there. Well, you used to really be scared here.
Johnny,
You're still afraid.
stop it now. I mean it.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Stop it. You're ignorant.
They're coming for you, Barbara.
Stop it. You're acting like a child.
They're coming for you. Look, there comes one of them now.
He'll hear you.
Here he comes now. I'm getting out of here.
Johnny.
right. Don't worry about him. I can handle him. Probably be a lot more of them as soon as they find out about us. The truck is out of gas. This pump out here is locked. Is there a key? We can try to get out of here if we can get some gas. Is there a key? I suppose you've tried this. Do you live here? Jesus. We've got to get out of here. We have to get to where there's some other people. Maybe we better take some food. I'll see if I can find some food.
What's happening?
How do you think it's happening?
What's happening?
Two of them. There are two of them out there. Have you seen any more around here? I can take care of those two.
I don't
I know you're afraid, but we have to...
I don't know! I don't know! What's
here now.
Don't look at it.
Get some more lights on in this house. Why don't you see if you can find some wood, some board, something there by the fireplace, something we can nail this place up. Oh, God damn. Look, I know you're afraid. I'm afraid too. But we have to try to board the house up together. Now, I'm going to board up the windows and the doors. Do you understand? We'll be all right here. We'll be all right here until someone comes to rescue us. But we'll have to work together. You'll have to help me. Now, I want you to go in and get some wood so I can board the place up. Do you understand? Okay? Okay?
So, what do we think of the movie, Night of the Living Dead? What about it? Let's move on it.
Barbara, they're coming for you.
She finds everything to be a comedy.
Yep.
Besides, how am I going to enjoy a movie when my familia's out there somewhere? I don't believe anybody's done anything to her. She is somewhere and I've got to fight her. A man knows when his familia's in trouble, and she's in trouble. Good thing I left Ira behind. You'll find her.
Hey, I hear there's a couple movies coming out this month. The Halloween Ends and Dead of Fire 2. Yes, you're gonna go see them? Well,
Halloween Ends.
are you guys gonna go see them? Tell me which one.
Halloween Ends, I think I want to see.
Go to www.horrorcitydetroit.com and let us know which one of those movies you're going to see. We're taking a little survey, and while you're there, why don't you subscribe to Undead Monthly and find out what type of top 10 I decide to come up with that day. Might be my top 10 reasons for going back to Transylvania. Anyway, back to the movie.
nails. Pick out the biggest ones you can find. There, this room looks pretty secure. If we have to, we can run in here and board up the doors. Won't be long before those things be back pounding their way in here. They're afraid now. They're afraid of fire. I found that out. You know a place back down the road called Beekman's? Beekman's Diner? Anyhow, that's where I found that truck I have out there. There's a radio in the truck. I had jumped in to listen to it when a big gasoline truck came screaming right across the road. But there must have been 10, 15 of those things chasing after it, grabbing and holding on. I didn't see them at first. I could just see that the truck was moving in a funny way. And those things were catching up to it. The truck went right across the road. Slammed on my brakes to keep from hitting it myself. It went right through the guardrail. I guess the driver must have cut off the road into that gas station by Beekman's Diner. It went right through the billboard, ripped over a gas pump, and never stopped moving. By now, it's like a moving bonfire. Didn't know if the truck was going to explode or what. Still, here's a man screaming. This thing is just backing away from it. I looked back at the diner to see if there was anyone there who could help me. It was when I noticed that the entire place had been encircled. There wasn't a sign of light left except by now there were no more screams. I realized that I was alone with 50 or 60 of those things, just standing there, staring at me. I started to drive. I just plowed right through them. They didn't move. They didn't run or just stood there, staring at me. Just wanted to crush them. They scattered through the air like bugs.
We were riding in the cemetery, Johnny and me. Johnny. We came to put a wreath on my father's grave. Johnny, and he said, "Can I have some candy, Barbara?" We didn't have any. And, oh, it's hot in here. Hot. And he said, "Oh, it's late. Why did we start so late?" And I said, "Johnny, if you'd gotten up earlier, we wouldn't be late." Johnny asked me if I were afraid. And I said, "I'm not afraid, Johnny." And then this man started walking up the road. He came slowly, and Johnny kept teasing me and saying, "He's coming to get you, Barbara." And I laughed at him and said, Johnny, stop it. And then Johnny ran away. And I went up to this man, and I was going to apologize.
Why don't you just keep calm?
And I looked up, and I said, Goody. And he grabbed me. He grabbed me, and he ripped at me. He held me, and he ripped at my clothes.
I think you should just calm down.
Oh, I screamed, Johnny! Johnny, help me! Oh, help me! And he wouldn't let me go. He ripped. And then Johnny came and he ran and he fought this man. And I got so afraid. I ran. And Johnny didn't come. We have to wait for Johnny. Maybe we better go out and get him. We have to go out and get Johnny. He's out there. Please, don't you hear me? We've got to go out and get him. Please! We have got to go get Johnny! Please help me! Please!
Don't you know what's going on out there? This is no Sunday school picnic.
Don't you understand? My brother is alone!
Your brother is dead.
No! My brother is not dead! Oh.
Because of the obvious threat to untold numbers of citizens, and because of the crisis which is even now developing, this radio station will remain on the air day and night. This station and hundreds of other radio and TV stations throughout this part of the country are pooling their resources through an emergency network hookup to keep you informed of all developments. At this hour, we repeat, these are the facts as we know them. There is an epidemic of mass murder being committed by a virtual army of unidentified assassins. The murders are taking place in villages, cities, rural homes, and suburbs with no apparent pattern or reason for the slayings. It seems to be a sudden, general explosion of mass homicide. We have some descriptions of the assassins. Eyewitnesses say they are ordinary-looking people. Some say they appear to be in a kind of trance. Others describe them as being at this point, there is no really authentic way for us to say who or what to look for and guard yourself against. Misshapen monsters. Reaction of law enforcement officials is one of complete bewilderment at this hour. So far, we have been unable to determine that any kind of organized investigation is yet underway. Police, sheriff deputies, and emergency ambulances are literally deluged with calls for help. The scene can best be described as mayhem. Mayors of Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Miami, along with the governors of several eastern and midwestern states, have indicated the National Guard may be mobilized at any moment, but that has not happened as yet. The only advice our reporters have been able to get from official sources is for private citizens to stay in their homes behind locked doors. Do not venture outside for any reason until the nature of this crisis has been determined and until we can advise what course of action to take. Keep listening to radio and TV for any special instructions as this crisis develops further. Thousands of office and factory workers are being urged to stay at their places of employment, not to make any attempt to get to their homes. However, in spite of this urging and warning, streets and highways are packed with frantic people trying to reach their families or apparently to flee just anywhere. We repeat, the safest course of action at this time is simply to stay where you are. Conference says there will be an official announcement as soon as possible following that meeting. This is the latest dispatch just received in our newsroom. Latest word also from National Press Services in Washington, D.C. now tells us that the emergency presidential conference, which we've just mentioned, will include high-ranking scientists from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. That's the extent of this latest meeting. Members of this cabinet, the FBI, Joint Chiefs of Staff, and scientists from NASA within the hour. All radio and TV stations throughout this part of the country, including the one to which you were listening, have joined their facilities in an emergency network to bring you this news as it develops. We urge you to stay tuned to radio and TV and to stay indoors at all costs. Late reports reaching this newsroom tell of frightened people seeking refuge in churches, schools, and government buildings, demanding shelter and protection from the wholesale murder which apparently is engulfing much of the nation. Law enforcement officials are at a loss to explain or, even at this hour, even to theorize about the reasons for this wave of murder. So far, the advice they're able to give the public is summary from Chief T.K. Dunmore of Camden, North Carolina, who's quoted as saying, quote, "Tell the people, for God's sake, to get off the streets. Tell them to go home and lock their doors and windows up tight. We don't know what kind of murder-happy characters we have here." End quote. This is Chief Dunmore of Camden, North Carolina. So far, the only descriptions, the only clues anyone has of the killers come from frightened witnesses of some of the slaves. These eyewitness accounts variously describe the murderers as ordinary-looking people, misshapen monsters, people who look like they're in a trance, and things that look like people but act like animals. Some eyewitnesses tell of seeing victims who look as though they had been torn apart. This whole ghastly story began developing 2 days ago with the report of the slaying of a family of 7 in their rural home near Belfort. Since then, reports of such senseless killings began snowballing in a reign of terror which has hopscotched and radically disconnected throughout much of the eastern and western United States. Efforts to keep track of the murder reports with the placing of markers on a map seem to indicate a general spreading of the extreme southeastern United States into the north and west. Our newsmen have been on the telephone talking with officials in other cities and have determined that none of this kind of mass murder has yet been reported west of the Mississippi River, except in the extreme southeastern portion of Texas. Similar killings have been reported around the Houston and Galveston areas, but nothing like
I found a gun and some bullets out there.
It was only late yesterday
Oh, and
when it
these.
first became clear we were facing some kind of national emergency. When first reports began filtering in, newsmen and law enforcement agencies were of the opinion
This place is boarded up pretty solid now.
in nature. However, as these
We ought to be all right here for a while.
dramatically, it was soon apparent that
We have
this
the
was
gun
something
and
more than
bullets.
the usual run of lawlessness.
Food and the radio.
Some began to suspect an obscure kind of conspiracy.
Sooner or later, someone
Things as
bound to come and get us out.
creatures from outer space. So again, we joined with law enforcement agencies, urging you to seek shelter in a building. Lock the doors and windows securely.
Hey, that's us. We're doing all right.
Be cautious of any suspicious strangers. And keep tuned to your radio and television for survival instructions and further details of this continuing story.
Look, I don't know if you're hearing me,
Goes on in the absence of any law.
but I'm going upstairs now.
It's almost as though some critical balance of
If anything should try to break in here, I can hear it from up there. I'll be down to take care of it.
savage killers. We repeat, this radio station.
Everything is all right for now. I'll be back to reinforce the windows and doors later. But you'll be all right for now, okay? Okay.
Civil defense officials in Cumberland have told newsmen that murder victims show evidence of having been partially devoured. Consistent reports from witnesses to the effect that people who acted as though they were in a kind of trance were killing and eating their victims prompted authorities to examine the bodies of some of the victims. Medical authorities in Cumberland have concluded that in all cases, the killers are eating the flesh of the people they murdered. Repeating this latest bulletin just received moments ago from Cumberland, Maryland, civil defense authorities have told newsmen that murder victims show evidence of having been partially devoured by their murderers. Medical examination of victims' bodies shows conclusively that the killers are eating the flesh of the people they kill. And so this incredible story becomes more ghastly with each report. It's difficult to imagine such a thing actually happening, but these are the reports we have been receiving and passing on to you, reports which have been verified as completely as is possible in this confused situation. It is happening, and it would appear that no one is safe from this wave of mass murder.
We're from town. A radio.
County, Pennsylvania. The Butler County Sheriff is verified by their slayers is true. No further details available at this time. However,
How long you guys been down there? I could use some help up here.
That's the cellar. It's the safest place.
You mean you didn't hear the racket we were making up here?
How were we supposed to know what was going on? Could have been those things for all we knew.
That girl was screaming. Sure, you must know what a girl screaming sounds like. Those things don't make any noise. Anybody would know somebody ever needed help.
Look, it's kind of hard to hear what's going on from down there.
We thought we could hear screams, but for all we knew, that could have meant those things were in the house afterward.
And you wouldn't come up and help?
Well, if there were more...
The racket sounded like the place was being ripped apart. How were we supposed to know what was going on?
Now, wait a minute. You just got finished saying you couldn't hear from down there. Now you say it sounded like the place was being ripped apart. It would be nice if you get your story straight, man.
All right, now you tell me. I'm not going to take that kind of a chance when we got a safe place. We luck into a safe place, and you're telling us we got to risk our lives just because somebody might need help, huh?
Yeah, something like that.
All right, why don't we settle this?
Look, mister, we came up. Okay, we're here. Now I suggest we all go back downstairs before any of those things find out we're in here.
They can't get in here.
You got the whole place boarded up?
Yeah, most of it. All but a few spots upstairs. They won't be hard to fix.
You're insane. The cellar's the safest place.
I'm telling you, they can't get in here.
And I'm telling you, those things turned over our car. We were damn lucky to get away at all. Now you tell me those things can't get through this lousy pile of wood?
His wife and kids downstairs. Kids hurt.
Well, I still think we're better off up here.
We could strengthen everything up, Mr. Cooper.
With all of us working, we could fix this place up in no time. We have everything we need up here.
We can take all that stuff downstairs with us. Man, you're really crazy. You know that? You got 1,000,000 windows up here. All these windows, you're gonna make them strong enough to keep these things out, huh?
I told you those things don't have any strength. I smashed 3 of them and pushed another one out the door.
Did you hear me when I told you they turned over our car?
Oh, hell, any good 5 men can do that.
That's my point. Only there's not going to be 5 or even 10. There's going to be 20, 30, maybe 100 of those things. And as soon as they know we're here, this place is going to be crawling with them.
Well, if there are that many, they'll probably get us wherever we are.
Look, the cellar. The cellar, there's only one door, right? Just one door, that's all we have to protect. Tom and I fixed it so it locks and boards from the inside. But up here, all these windows, why, we'd never know where they were going to hit us next.
You got a point, Mr. Cooper. But down in the cellar, there's no place to run to. I mean, if they did get in, there'd be no back exit. We'd be done for. We can get out of here if we have to. And we got windows to see what's going on outside. But down there with no windows, if a rescue party did come, we wouldn't even know it.
But the cellar is the strongest place.
The cellar is a death trap.
I don't know, Mr. Cooper. I think he's right. You know how many's out there?
I don't know. Maybe 6 or 7.
Look, you two can do whatever you like. I'm going back down to the cellar, and you better decide. Because I'm going to board up that door, and I'm not going to unlock it again no matter what happens.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Cooper.
No, I'm not going to wait. I've made my decision, now you make yours.
Now, wait a minute. Let's think about this. We can make it to the cellar if we have to. And if we do decide to stay down there, we'll need some things from up here. So let's at least consider this a while.
You boxed yourself in the cellar and those things get in the house, you've had it. At least up here you have a fighting chance.
This is the worst plasma I have ever tasted. Well, welcome back to Horror City. Now that we're here in Detroit, we've decided it's Halloween time, so let's have some guests that are more associated with Halloween than usual. And the first of which is going to be an old friend of mine. And when I say old, I'm not kidding. all the way here from Egypt, the Mummy. Well, welcome to Horror City, Mummy.
Thanks for having me.
So, long trip?
A couple thousand miles, a couple hundred years, you know.
I understand that. So I heard you're a football fan.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've been keeping up with these Detroit Lions.
Ah, Detroit, from what I hear, they're not very good.
They don't know what they're doing. They don't know if they're coming or going. They need to be wrapped up.
And what do you think of the quarterback?
Quarterback's all right. That defense, though.
I gotta admit, a lot of people like to rag on the quarterback, but when you score 41 points and lose, I guess defense should be held accountable.
Well, yeah. The quarterback's all right. He's doing what he's got to do. That defense, though, terrible.
So, the Lions the only football team you into, or you check out some of the others here in the United States?
I keep up a little bit with, that fancy guy down in Tampa, that Tom Brady.
Ah, Tom Brady, yeah. Between you and me, I think I know why he looks the same as he did when he was 22 years old. Just saying.
Yeah,
just saying.
Yeah, he's got something a little extra in him, doesn't he?
Yeah, just saying. And that wife of his, you ever seen her?
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
I would love to wrap her up.
Yeah, so would I. Don't tell Mrs. Brady. But, yeah, I know what you're saying, bro. And don't tell my witches. You guys aren't listening, are you?
What?
I didn't think so.
So hard to find good help these days.
I know, I tell you. They came all the way from Transylvania.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Loyalty, though.
Yeah. Once of German descent.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The Germans, they're loyal.
Here we go.
This is Baylor's German.
And they came to Detroit with you?
Yeah.
Real loyal.
Yeah. Oh, you into college football at all?
Big Blue fan.
Yeah.
I can't stand little brother.
Yeah, that's right. Michigan State, you'll always be little brother. Down there. They beat us once in a while.
I'm bored.
Hello?
What are we talking about?
Football.
Some trap you do stuff.
Football.
Can we go to the next topic?
You don't like football? What do you like? Besides Ira.
What's it called?
I don't think so.
Thank you for joining us this week.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's been a blast.
Have a good day. What, Michael, signing off? Genevieve.
Yeah, it looks like about 8 or 10 out there now.
There's more than there were. There are a lot out back, too.
It's all right.
We gotta fix these boards.
You're crazy.
Those things are going to be at every window and door in this place. We've got to get down into the cellar.
Go down in that damn cellar. Get out of here!
I'm taking the girl with me.
You leave her here. Keep your hands off her. And everything else that's up here, too. Because if I stay up here, I'm fighting for everything up here. And the radio and the food is part of what I'm fighting for. Now, if you're going down the cellar, get.
The man's insane. He's insane. We've got to have food down there. We've got a right.
This is your house.
We've got a right.
You going down there with him?
Well,
Yes or no? This is your last chance. No beating around the bush.
listen, I got a kid down there. She can't possibly, I couldn't bring her up here. She can't possibly take all the racket and those things smashing through the windows.
Well, you're her father. If you're stupid enough to go die in that trap, that's your business. However, I am not stupid enough to follow you. It is tough for the kid. Their old man is so stupid. Now, you get the hell down in the cellar. You can be the boss down there. I'm boss up here.
You bastards. You know, I won't open this door again. I mean it.
Mr. Cooper, with your help, we could...
With my help.
Let him go, man. His mind is made up. Just let him go.
Wait a minute. Judy, come on up here, honey.
You're going to let them get hurt, too, huh? It's all right, honey. Go ahead.
If we stick together, man, we can fix it up real good. There's lots of places we can run to up here. Mr. Cooper, we'd all be a lot better off if all three of us were working together.
Hey. Hey, kid. He's wrong, you know. I'm not boxing myself in down there.
This radio station will remain on the air day and night.
Well, we're safe now. It's boarded up tight.
What about Tom and Judy?
They want to stay up there, let them. There are two other people upstairs, a man and a girl.
We heard the screaming.
Yeah, but I didn't know who they were, and I wasn't about to take any unnecessary chances.
Of course not, Harry.
Is she all right?
I don't know what it is. She feels warm. Maybe it's shock.
Where'd you get the bandage?
Some laundry in a basket. I tore a sheet.
Let them stay upstairs. Let them. Too many ways those monsters can get in up there. We'll see who's right. We'll see when they come begging me to let them in down here.
That's important, isn't it?
What?
To be right, everybody else to be wrong.
What do you mean by that?
Does anyone up there know why we're being attacked?
Whatever it is, it isn't just happening here. It's some kind of mass murder. It's going on everywhere. The radio said to stay inside.
Radio?
Radio upstairs. I heard a news bulletin.
There's a radio upstairs and you boarded us in down here?
I know what I'm doing.
What did it say?
Nothing. Nothing. They don't know anything yet. There's mass murder everywhere, and people are supposed to look for a safe place to hide.
Take the boards off that door.
We are staying down here, Helen.
Harry, that radio is at least some kind of communication. If the authorities know what's happening, well, they'll send people for us so they'll tell us what to do. How are we going to know what's going on if we lock ourselves in this dungeon? We may not enjoy living together, but dying together isn't going to solve anything. Those people aren't our enemies.
Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper, Ben found a television set upstairs.
Let's go up. Tom?
Yeah.
If Judy would come downstairs for a few minutes, Harry and I could come upstairs.
Okay, yeah, right away.
Will you do it?
Do I have to?
Look, honey, nothing's going to get done with them down there and us up here. Do this for me.
Okay.
Okay, open up.
I'll take good care of her, Helen.
She's all I have.
Why don't you go upstairs now?
Her brother was killed.
Hey, give me a hand with this thing.
I gotta go help Ben with the television.
Don't be afraid of me. I'm Helen Cooper, Harry's wife.
This place is ridiculous. Look at this. There's a million weak spots up here. Give me one of those.
Her brother was killed.
And they talk about these windows. I can't see a damn thing. There could be 15 million of those things out there. That's how much good these windows are.
Why don't you do something to help somebody?
Here, I have it. Drag a couple of those chairs together.
There's a socket over here. You better watch this and try to understand what's going on. I don't want anyone's life on my hands.
Is there anything I can do to help?
I don't want to hear any more from you, mister. If you stay up here, you take orders from me. And that includes leaving the girl alone.
It's on, it's on.
There's no sound. Play with the rabbit ears.
Reports, incredible as they seem, are not the results of mass hysteria.
Mass hysteria. What do they think? We're imagining all this?
Shut up! In all parts of the country. The wave of murder which is sweeping the eastern third of the nation is being committed by creatures who feast upon the flesh of their victims. First eyewitness accounts of this grisly development came from people who were understandably frightened and almost incoherent. Officials and newsmen at first discounted those eyewitness descriptions as being beyond belief. However, the reports persisted. And medical examinations of some of the victims bore out the fact that they had been partially devoured. I think we have some late word just arriving, and I'll interrupt to bring this to you. This is the latest disclosure in a report from National Civil Defense Headquarters in Washington. It has been established that persons who have recently died have been returning to life and committing acts of murder. A widespread investigation of reports from funeral homes, morgues, and hospitals has concluded that the unburied dead are coming back to life and seeking human victims. It's hard for us here to believe what we're reporting to you, but it does seem to be a fact. When this emergency first began, radio and television was advising people to stay inside, behind locked doors for safety. Well, that situation has now changed, and we're able to report a definite course of action for you. Civil defense machinery has been organized to provide rescue stations with food, shelter, medical treatment, and protection by armed National Guardsmen. Stay tuned to the broadcasting stations in your local area for this list of rescue stations. This list will be repeated throughout our news coverage. Look for the name of the rescue station nearest you and make your way to that location as soon as possible.
So we have that truck. We can get some gas. We can get out of here.
There's a pump out by the shed.
I know, that's why I pulled in here, but it's locked.
Emergency meeting called this afternoon by the President. Since convening this conference of the Presidential Cabinet, the FBI, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the CIA has not produced any public information. Why are space experts being consulted about an earthbound emergency? So far, all the betting on the answer to that question centers on the recent Explorer satellite shot to Venus. That satellite, you'll recall, started back to Earth, but never got here. That's the space vehicle which orbited Venus and then was purposely destroyed by NASA when scientists discovered it was carrying a mysterious high-level radiation with it. Could that radiation be somehow responsible for the wholesale murders we're now suffering? Newsman Don Quinn in Washington has posed those questions.
It's obvious our best move is to try to get out of here.
How are you going to get over to that pump? Look!
You're coming from a meeting regarding the explosion of the Venus probe, is that right?
Yes, that was the subject of the meeting.
You feel there is a connection between this and the phenomenon?
There's a definite connection.
In other words, you feel that the radiation on the Venus probe is enough to cause these mutations?
There was a very high degree of radiation.
Well, just a minute. I'm not sure that that's certain at all. I don't think that has been irrefutably
explanation that we have at this time.
In other words, it is the military's viewpoint that the radiation is not the cause of the mutation.
I can't speak for the entire military at this time, gentlemen. I must disagree with these gentlemen presently until this is irrefutably proved.
Everything is being done that can be done.
We'll have to hurry for our next meeting.
Professor, you feel that there is a definite connection between
definite connection as far as Dr. Keller and myself.
Doctor, please. I thought we decided that is not proved yet.
Was the satellite, when the satellite was exploded?
An unusual amount of radiation, enough to cause mutation under certain circumstances.
Could have happened.
Have a bearing on it.
It does seem to have a bearing.
Will there be a reply for the
later?
Yes.
There will be a reply.
Yes.
Later this afternoon. There will be a report this afternoon.
Perhaps there will be a report.
Yes. Later.
Will you close the window?
We are everything possible to solve the problem.
You know, we have to try to get out of here.
He said the rescue stations have doctors and medical supplies. If we could get Karen there, we could get help for her.
No, is one of the world's foremost authorities on space science and technology.
Willard. I saw a sign that said Willard.
It's only about 17 miles from here.
You know this area. You from around here?
Judy and I are both from around here. We were on our way up to the lake to go swimming. And Judy had a radio, and we heard the first reports about this. So we knew the old house was here, and we came in and found the lady upstairs dead. Then these other people came. We went down into the basement and put a bar across the door, and it is pretty strong.
How could we possibly get away from here? We've got a sick child, 2 women, 1 woman out of her head, 3 men, and the place is surrounded with these things.
For NASA. Dr. Grimes, your entire staff, I know, has been working very hard to find some solution to these things that are happening. Do you have any answers at this time?
Yes, we have some answers. But first, let me stress the importance of seeking medical attention for anyone who's been injured in any way. We don't know yet what complications might result from such injuries.
How bad has your kid been hurt?
Good advice, Doctor. Now, how about the basic problem of patients?
Well,
Look, you go down there and tell... Now, Judy? Yeah, you tell Judy to come up here and you stay with the kid, all right?
action taken with regard to the Venus probe. In the cold room at the university, we had a cadaver from which all 4 limbs had been amputated. Sometime early this morning, it opened its eyes and began to move its trunk. It was dead, but it opened its eyes and tried to move.
They want you upstairs. Did she ask for me?
She hadn't done anything.
I don't understand. Baby. It's Mommy.
I heard. I'll come back down as soon as I find out what they want.
Thank you, Judy.
The body should be disposed of at once, preferably by cremation.
Well, how long after death, then, does the body become reactivated?
It's only a matter of minutes.
Minutes? Well, that doesn't give people time to make any arrangements.
Oh, you're right. It doesn't give them time to make funeral arrangements. The bodies must be carried to the street and burned. They must be burned immediately. Soak them with gasoline and burn them. The bereaved will have to forego the dubious comforts that a funeral service will give. They're just dead flesh and dangerous.
I see.
Judy, I need you to find some bedspreads or sheets to tear up into small strips, okay? Is there a fruit cellar here?
Yes.
We need some bottles or jars. Make Molotov cocktails and hold them out while we try to escape.
Hey, there's a big can of kerosene down there.
I'll see what I can find.
I'll look for the bottles.
There's a big key ring down there. There may be a key to the gas pump on it.
I'll check.
We can toss the cocktails from a window upstairs. Meantime, a couple of us can go out and try to get the gas. You can come back for the rest of the people.
But that'll leave a door open someplace.
Yeah, that's right. It better be this door. It's closer to the truck. Before we go out, we'll put some supplies behind the cellar door. While we're gone, the rest of you can hold up in there.
I found some fruit jars in the cellar. And there's a key on here that's labeled for the gas pump out back.
I'm not really that used to the truck. I found it abandoned.
I can handle the truck, no sweat.
You're it, then. You and I'll go. We'll put whatever lumber we find behind the cellar door. You can go upstairs and toss the cocktails from a window. Tom, you and I will have to unboard this door. After you toss the cocktails, you hustle back down here and lock this door. It's no good to board it up because we'll have to get back in quickly. After we get the gas and get back into the house, then we'll worry about getting everybody into the truck. Now let's move it.
No place to leave for safety, except to the rescue station, which have been set up. Indications are that before this emergency is over, we will need many, many more such rescue stations.
You always have a smile for me. How can you smile like that all the time? How many do you have done? Come on, honey, we gotta move.
Tom, are you sure about the phone?
The phone is dead out. All you get is a recorded message.
If I could only call the folks. They're going to be so worried about us.
Everything will be all right. As soon as we get to Willard, we'll call them. They might even be there.
I know. Tom, are you sure we're doing the right thing, Tom?
What, about getting out of here?
Yeah.
Well, the television said that's the right thing to do. We've got to get to a rescue station.
I don't know.
Come on, honey, you're starting to sound like Mr. Cooper now.
But why do you have to go out there?
Look, I know how to handle that truck, and I can handle the pump. Ben doesn't know anything about that stuff.
But we're safe in here.
For how long, honey? We're safe now. But there's going to be more and more of those things.
I know. I know all that.
Hey, listen. Remember when we had the big flood? Remember how difficult it was for us to convince you that it was right to leave? Remember? Remember we had to go to Willard then? This isn't a passing thing, honey. It's not like just a wind passing through. We've got to do something, and fast.
I just don't want you to go out there, that's all.
Hey, Smiley. Where's that big smile for me? Boy, you're showing no use at all, are you? We've got work to do, honey. And you...
downstairs.
We have to go downstairs now, Barbara.
She's right. You have to go downstairs now, just for a little while, until we get back. Then we can all leave.
Oh, I'd like to leave. Yes.
Good luck.
Yeah.
You ready upstairs? Yeah. Okay, toss 'em.
Go ahead, go on.
I'm going with them.
Get back in the cellar.
I'm going.
It's too late. It's too late.
Unless you're coming, come on. Get in. Come on. This key won't work. Watch it. Watch the torch. Gotta get away from the pump. Hang on.
I'll drag you out there and feed you those things.
Isn't it 3 o'clock yet? There's supposed to be another broadcast at 3 o'clock.
Damn, I haven't seen anybody leave that fast since I asked Mrs. Bailey for sex. So as I was saying, ladies, Giorgio Romero. Oh, it's Ira. Finally. Yes, Ira. Yes, by the way, Genevieve says hello.
Oh yeah, hi.
Genevieve, you know, Genevieve, the girl just always wears black. You know, the chick I'm blackmailing. Yeah, that one. Anyway, she says hello. Don't know why, but she says hello. And your boy, Mikey Catone, no relation, never got a hold of me. Oh. October 29th at Berkeley Coffee. Wait a minute, isn't there a show there that night? Oh yeah, Codron, Barbecue Machine, and my favorite band, Into Submission's all playing. They're gonna have a costume party. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I heard there's gonna be silly prizes too. Yeah, that's what I've been told. Yeah, they're gonna have that flea market they usually have when they have a show there. Oh, cool.
They're selling art!
An art flea show, wow. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think we can all be there. If Mikey Capone's gonna be there, we can all be there. What do you think, ladies?
Is Ira gonna be there?
Yeah. Are you gonna be there, Ira? Nope.
I might be there.
You're still gonna be there. As I was saying, I will talk to you soon, my friend. And thank you very much. Oh yeah, tell Mrs. Impaler I said hi. I'll tell her I'll be home soon. So ladies, in the meantime, what are we going to do to try to find Sinister Selena?
Well, we could offer a reward in Transylvania. I'm sure somebody will. A big reward, not a small one.
That's a
Money
thought.
talks, bullshit walks.
That's a thought. That's a good idea.
Okay, then we'll try that. That'll be the first one. Big
Have you
cash.
ever considered blackmail?
What? Who are you gonna blackmail?
I got a clue. What's going on?
I'll deal with you later. First, I gotta tell our audience about this fine product.
Ooh, jewelry.
Yes, Angie's Adornments. So if you want to support a woman-owned Detroit business, why don't you just go to angieadornments.com or go to Facebook and look it up, or Instagram at angie.adornments.com. Let's get back to the movie.
10 minutes.
Oh, only 10 more minutes? We don't have very long to wait. We can leave. Well, we better leave soon. It's 10 minutes to 3.
You know anything about this area at all? I mean, is Willard the nearest town?
I don't know. We were just trying to get to a motel before dark.
You say those things turned your car over. You think we can get it back on its wheels and drive it? Where is it?
Seems like it was pretty far away. Seems like we ran.
Forget it. It's at least a mile.
Johnny has the keys.
You gonna carry that child a mile through that army of things out there?
I can carry the kid. What's wrong with her? How'd she get hurt?
One of those things grabbed her.
Bit her on the arm.
What's wrong?
Who knows what kind of disease those things carry? Is she conscious?
Barely.
She can't walk. She's too weak.
Well, one of us could try to get to the car.
You gonna turn it over by yourself?
You have a car? Where? Where is it?
You won't be able to start it.
Yeah, I know. But where is it? Good Lord.
Being monitored closely by scientists at all the radiation detection stations. At this hour, they report the level of the mysterious radiation continues to increase steadily. So long as this situation remains, government spokesmen warn that dead bodies will continue to be transformed into the flesh-eating ghouls. All persons who die during this crisis, from whatever cause, will come back to life to seek human victims unless their bodies are first disposed of by cremation. Our news cameras have just returned from covering such a search and destroy operation against the ghouls, this one conducted by Sheriff Conan McClellan in Butler County, Pennsylvania. So now let's go to that film report. All law enforcement agencies and the military have been organized to search out and destroy the marauding ghouls. The Survival Command Center at the Pentagon has disclosed that a ghoul can be killed by a shot in the head or a heavy blow to the skull. Officials are quoted as explaining that since the brain of a ghoul has been activated by the radiation, the plan is kill the brain and you kill the ghoul.
What do you think from the supply wagon, Gus?
No, we're all right. Hey, Cass, put that thing all the way in the fire. We don't want it getting up again. All right,
Chief McClellan, how's everything going?
Oh, things aren't going too bad. Men are taking it pretty good. You want to get on the other side of the road over there?
Chief, do you think we'll be able to defeat these things?
Well, we killed 19 of them today right in this area. Those last 3 we caught trying to claw their way into an abandoned shed. They must have thought somebody was in there. There wasn't, though. We heard them making all kind of noise. We came over and beat them off, blasted them down.
Can I see you here?
Yeah, okay.
Chief, if I were surrounded by 6 or 8 of these things, would I stand a chance with them?
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot them in the head. That's a sure way to kill them. If you don't, get yourself a club or a torch. Beat them or burn them. They go up pretty easy.
Well, Chief McClellan, how long do you think it will take you until you get the situation under control?
Well, that's pretty hard to say. We don't know how many of them there are. We know when we find them, we can kill them.
Are they slow-moving, Chief?
Yeah, they're dead. They're all messed up.
Well, in time, would you say you ought to be able to wrap this up in 24 hours?
Well, we don't really know. We know we'll be into it most of the night, probably into the early morning. We're working our way toward Willard, and we'll team up with the National Guard over there, and then we'll be able to give a more definite view.
Thank you very much, Chief McClellan. This is Bill Cardill, WIC TV 11 News.
Thank you, Bill, for that report. Official spokesmen declined to speculate just how long it may take to kill off all the flesh eaters, so long as the heavy rain...
Is the fuse box in the cellar?
I don't know. It isn't the fuse. The power lines are down. Helen, I have to get that gun.
Haven't you had enough?
Well, 2 people are dead already on account of that guy. Take a look out that window. Get.
Vince, Al, you want to get about 4 or 5 men and a couple dogs? There's a house over here behind those trees. We want to go check it out.
Thank
you. Go here, Bill.
Yeah, Chief, we're going to stay with it till we meet up with the National Guard.
Where'd you get the coffee?
One of the volunteers. You're doing all the work. You take it.
Thank you. We should be wrapped up here about 3 or 4 more hours. We'll probably get into Willard then. I guess you can go over there and meet the National Guard. Nick, you and the rest of these men want to come with me?
Well, Bill, I'm checking the office, see what's happening. All right, Steve. Tell them we're going to stay with it, and everything appears to be under control.
Down there by the barn. Some of these guys can follow the wagon down. I only need a few men to check out the house. Somebody had a cookout here, Vince.
Yeah, sure looks like it, Tom.
He's the dead one. Get up here. Nick, Tony, Steve, you want to get out in that field and build me a bonfire? You, drag that out of here and throw it on the fire. Nothing down here? All right, go ahead down and give him a hand. Let's go check out the house. There's something there. I heard a noise. All right, Vince, hit him in the head, right between the eyes. Good shot. Okay, he's dead. Let's go get him. That's another one for the fire.
Send the wagon through, come directly on over.
Keep those dogs back off of those things. Go more quickly. Please. Let's go back there. That's the way. Hey, Randy, light these torches over here. People in the back. Way in the back.
McKenna, what's wrong?
Master, I just miss Transylvania. I want to go home.
I miss my freedom.
I miss my familia. Sinister Selena. What's a man to do without his familia? You know, one of the wonders things she had come to cheat. From the top.
From the fucking top. You know, fuck what you do. Couldn't say that, but I'm over here like...
Nice legs. Yeah.
Big tits.
Wow, big tits. I never noticed. Anyway. So, how's it going, Ira? Any luck? It's Ira. Ira. Yeah. Frankie Clone hasn't reached out to me. In the meantime, what are we going to do to try for Sinister Selena? I'm trying to find October 29th with Barbara Jean. I forgot what her nickname was when she does her solo thing. But anyway, she'll be there. And my mother band will be there. And all I know is I can't remember the name of the other band. So.
I don't know.
But it's gonna be a hell of a...
You hit my vape!
I wouldn't smoke that stuff. I'm not capable of such behavior. Don't tell Mrs. Palin. But
I'll tell your fortune, said a gypsy. I'll read it in the stars above. For in the starry skies are written the mysteries of life and love. Now I will tell you what your fate will be. I gaze into the distant future and find the answer there for you. Tonight's a night of many heartaches. Beware, beware of love untrue.
touches an object belonging to a victim of a crime. He claims that suddenly he is transported beyond time and space. A crime is reenacted before his eyes. He says he's reliving a moment in the past, in a place he's never seen before, with people he does not know. It has been a trance, but when it ends, psychic Peter Herkos seems to have hard information. The name of the killer, the manner in which the victim died, and the time of death.
1, 2, 3. There were actually 3 people involved. 3 people.
He calls himself a psychic detective.
Many of the most incredible incidents in the world of psychic phenomena have strangely enough emerged from war, as though men had to be reminded that, despite the senseless carnage, they were somehow still in contact with the spiritual, the divine. Now, nothing in the world of psychic phenomena is more remarkable than what happened to Peter Herkos. And that, too, strangely enough, began in war. Amsterdam, 1944. The Dutch underground. The strange road Herkos traveled into the world of the unknown begins here and now. Peter Herkos should be dead. He fell 50 feet. He has been unconscious for 6 days. He is not dead, but he is changed.
Now look how excited I am, like a schoolboy. I haven't seen my family 1 whole week.
Now remember what the doctor told you.
Yeah. Take it easy. I know. It's very simple for a doctor to say take it easy. I will send him my grocery bill. I will say to my landlord, I'm sorry about my rent, but the doctor said I have to take it easy.
Mynheer? Oh, no, please, lie down. You have to lie down.
Where am I?
In the hospital. You have a serious concussion.
How long have I been here?
6 days.
6 days?
No, please don't worry. The doctor filled out an accident report. You were run down by a lorry.
And while we were having your snooze, our allies smashed through Schleswig-Holstein to the Baltic. Also, you cornered the market on potato soup.
Tante Elsa. I didn't know she was your aunt.
Oh, she's everybody's aunt in the whole rooming house. You know, she told me my fortune from cards. I'm sure she did. No. She's very good. She said, I'm going to be one of the richest men in Holland. Whatever I'm going to touch will turn into gold. So. Well, get well soon, my friend. Mein Herr. Well, mein Herr, well, for a sick man, he has the strength of a bull. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Who is that man?
His name is August Breitner.
Breitner?
Emergency, appendectomy.
Stop him.
What?
Stop him. Breitner.
No.
Breitner.
No, please. Mynheer.
He's going to be killed tonight.
Mynheer, you mustn't excite yourself.
Tonight, don't you understand? The Germans know all about him. He's going to be killed on Cleo Street. Breitner. Sorry, I'm absent-minded, Professor. I told you I'm excited. It always happens if I'm excited. Bye-bye. Breitner! Stop him! Stop him!
Dangerous if you get out.
Breitner!
Mynheer.
Stop him! Stop him!
You had a very serious concussion. You were unconscious for 6 days. 2 grains of Seconal.
I knew it. When I touched him. I know.
What?
I saw it.
British intelligence agents shot on Cleo Street. How did you know?
But I've told you.
You touched his hand and you knew.
Yes.
How stupid do you think we are?
I'm telling you the truth. I tried to stop him, didn't I?
See? Why? Because you had a moment of compassion? I suppose a traitor could have a moment of compassion.
Traitor?
How else could you know that Breitner would be killed on Cleo Street?
I've told you. The nurse saw. It just came to me.
Oh, it just came to you.
I have been in the underground for 3 years. Before that, I was in a German work camp. And before that, I was in Buchenwald.
I have fought the Germans in my native Spain, in Greece, now here. The sad truth is that a month from now, I might find that my shoes are too thin, my room too cold, and German sausage too appealing.
No! You're wrong about me. You're wrong about me. You're wrong. ¿Cómo me repugna matar a la gente? ¿Cómo me repugna matar a la gente? ¡Marta a la gente! ¿Cómo me repugna matar a la gente?
What is it? He said what I was thinking. How I hate killing. Sometime when I'm under strain, I think in Spanish, but how could he know? How could he know?
Now, you don't act like a man who's going home. Mr. Herkus, you're as good as new.
If I'm just as good as new, why can't I just go?
You know, Dr. Molehouse must discharge you.
Doesn't anyone hear it but me?
Hear what?
The voices. The twisting. The turning. The screams.
Mr. Herkus, please.
Doesn't anyone hear it but me?
The voices and visions persisted. Everything he touched pushed him deeper into a world of sights and sounds from which there was no escape. His mind was no longer his own, his every waking moment a torment. Each new day brought fresh despair.
What have you been doing, sitting there since last night?
Good morning, Aunt Elsa.
Good morning, my lamb. Huh. You know, I think you drink too much.
It's the only way I can stop the voices.
And how are you going to stop them tomorrow? That's the last of the wine, my lamb. Business was terrible this week. Thanks to Frau Higgins. She's been spreading lies about me. I told the fat fool that her Uncle Herman was going to die and leave her 5,000 guldens. But they gave him one of those new wonder drugs. Was it my fault? What are you going to do?
I don't know, and I don't care.
You'll care tomorrow.
Maybe I should go to see the doctor at the university.
No!
Why not? Maybe he can help me.
He'll do to you what so many have done to me. Doubt you, mock you, destroy your faith in yourself.
Faith? What faith?
Whatever you are, you are.
And what am I, huh? I'm just a jungle of sounds and screams.
Jungle, sounds, screams. What kind of talk is that? I'll tell you what you are.
Oh, yes, the cards. The cards.
Isn't this remarkable? Do you know that the same cards in the same sequence are coming up for you day after day after day? That only means you can be a brilliant success. Brilliant beyond belief.
And what does this card say? That I can fly like a pig, and this card
Now,
says...
stop making fun of my cards. They've provided me with a good living for the last 50 years, and you for the last 6 months.
I'm sorry, Tante Elsa. I'll try to pay you back somehow.
How?
Since the war has ended, I've tried to get a job, haven't I?
A job doing what? Painting houses?
Oh, what else do I know?
What don't you know? Shall I make you a little confession, huh? Everybody loves Tante Elsa in the building, isn't that right?
You're very good to everybody, Tante Elsa.
Oh, sure. Tante Elsa, always bringing rock candy for the kiddies. And an old scarf or a cheap bracelet for the ladies. A kettle of potato soup for the sick, huh? Yes, and a sweet, sweet smile for one and all. Everybody loves Tante Elsa. But Tante Elsa needs their love, too. You know why? Because she's probably a witch. So, if she is not to burn, she'd best be a dear, sweet witch. But you, Peter, you are a special case. I give you wine because you are not merely a neighbor anymore. You are a colleague.
Colleague, what are you talking about?
I'm going to help you. Really help you. Not for a mere 80 guldens a week, such as the learned doctor has offered you.
How?
Do you have a clean shirt, my lamb?
And if you take my advice, Herr Stahl, you won't invest 1 gulder in your son-in-law's business, because you won't get back 1 stiper. I see we have another question from someone in the audience. The name of this person is... Just one moment, ladies and gentlemen.
I know exactly how it's done. The paper can't burn. It goes down a chute.
The name of this person is... Peter Hurkos. Will Peter Hurkos rise, please?
What's he talking about? I sent no message.
Oh, yes, you did.
The question asked by Peter Hurkos is, how can I get a job like yours since I am so much better?
Tante Elsa, what have you done?
Well, will Peter Hurkos rise, please? Well, do you think you can give psychic readings better than I, mein Herr? You were so sure of it when you wrote the note. And now you stutter. Come, mein Herr. If you have gifts greater than mine, you must demonstrate them. Well, will the gifted Herr Rocos consent to share the stage with me?
Well, mein Herr.
A man with such gifts should not keep the stage. The whole world waiting. Please step right up here. So, this is our psychic marvel. What is your method? How do you work? How does the truth come to you? Tell us, please.
I touch things.
You touch things. And what would you like to touch, mein Herr?
Well,
not my wife. What my watch do? What marvelous things does my watch tell you beyond the fact that it is 8:15? Hmm? Apparently, my watch is not telling anything. Would you like to try my suspenders?
Your watch tells me much.
Oh, now he is getting it, ladies and gentlemen.
Inside the case, there's a lock of hair. Blonde, not your wife's.
Nonsense.
A girl that you take from town to town. She's in the audience now.
Please forgive the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. If Herr Rocos will kindly go back to his seat, perhaps we can continue the demonstration. Will you kindly go back to your seat, Herr Rocos?
This is Greta.
Peter Herkos became an instant continental sensation. But he was untrained in the mechanical tricks of the professional magician. He could rely only on his remarkable psychic gift. And soon he began to fear he would lose that which in the beginning he had not wanted.
For such a fancy place, you'd think they'd have better accommodations for visiting artistes. Still, the rich were never known for their generosity. What is it, my lamb?
It's just this morning when I woke up, I thought it was gone. I mean, disappeared.
It will never go. Did I not tell you you would be rich and famous?
The doctor said it could go like this.
Peter, you're so depressing. Did you ever think that one day you would be entertaining in the great manner of one of our great patriots?
What if I'm not good? What if I'm ridiculous? What if they laugh at me?
Never.
It's strange. Right after the accident, I asked them to cut open my head and take out whatever it was. And now I'm afraid to lose it. That's funny. I'm spoiled to be a house painter. Take them.
Oh, no.
Will I be good tonight?
Oh, Peter, you're ridiculous.
Read them.
You're teasing me.
Tell me how good I will be tonight.
Me, a fortune teller, telling anyone with your powers.
All right, I know it's silly. Do it anyhow. What would happen to me? I would be nothing again. What do they say? Tell me.
Nothing.
They do, tell me.
They say what they have always said. That my lamb is going to have great success.
We are ready for you now. I hope you will be as amusing as you were in the theater, Mr. Herkos. Now, since my husband's illness, these little entertainments are very important to keep up his spirits. Please come along with me here. surprise, I promised before dinner. Mr. Peter Herkus, the man with the radar brain.
Oh, Lottie, my dear, fortune teller.
I've seen him at the theater. He is marvelous.
Meine Reinvos, it's an honor to be a guest in your house. My assistant will pass among you, and if you will be so kind as to just give her some personal items.
Does me vow object if I use that tray?
Please.
Thank you. And when he says watch your liver, you watch your liver.
The next article is a lady's locket. It belongs to the lady of the house.
Very clever.
Frau Reinvos wishes to know if I can tell her what she will be celebrating next week.
That's right.
Yes, you will be celebrating your 25th wedding anniversary.
Yes.
What's so wonderful about that? All you have to do is just read the morning papers.
Don't be so skeptic, John. I proved to you that he's really psychic. See what you can do with this.
Meine Reinvos doesn't believe that I can do what I can do. I get that from the cigarette case. And more.
Peter, what's the matter?
Much more. 16 Dutchmen. What sort of a man are you? 16 men shot.
This man is insane. This man is insane. You are insane. You... Give it to me. Give it back.
John!
He's a traitor. He was honored by our country as a patriot, and he betrayed us. 16 men shot. 16 Dutchmen shot. And his fault.
Peter, are you out of your mind?
He made a deal with the Nazis. They ran his factories, but he controlled them.
He's dead. He's dead. John Reinvos is dead. Liar! 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 Liar!
It's the truth. It is the truth.
It was true. But it was 5 lonely, haunted years for Peter Herkos before it was proven to be true.
Where? Tall trees. She is not well. She has an ache here.
You are witnessing the recreation of an actual experiment in extrasensory perception. It is called psychometry. Peter Herkos, one of the psychic marvels of the 20th century, is in the laboratories of Dr. Lars Lindstrom, M.D. Somehow, by merely touching an object, Herkos can tune in to whoever else has also touched that object. Now, if such a process could be understood, the riddle of mind over matter could also be understood. A riddle as basic as the mystery of life itself.
You're right about a psychiatrist. Uh-huh. Not bad. She went to the doctor May 7th, not early April.
She thought of it a month earlier, and she should have gone. She would have saved herself an awful lot of suffering.
And you'd be 100% right, huh? Your average for the series of tests so far is pretty respectable, Peter. 8 correct statements out of 10. Statistically,
The odds against that are at least 1,000,000 to 1.
Of course, I told you. Dr. Van der Helst in Holland said that I cannot do what I do with tricks. And now you see for yourself.
Mind if we wait a bit before handing out testimonials?
And so began phase 2. In the next series of tests, Dr. Lindstrom set out to remove whatever physical senses might account for Hercus's power. He now began a psychometrization of objects seen, but not touched.
I see monuments telling of history.
And so?
What are you trying to do to me?
What we agreed to do. See how good you are when you can't touch.
In the box, I see an ornament. No. Not an ornament. It's writing. Not writing, lines, like that go this way and that way, like a drawing.
Here, wait, I show you. Like so. So.
What is that? Looks like Egyptian hieroglyphs.
No, what do I know of that?
Let's see.
I'm remarkable. I mean, without even knowing and without even touching.
Two errors.
2 errors? I don't believe it.
But listen, that's still fantastic. There could have been anything in that box. Dog collar, a toothpick, a keyring.
2 errors?
This is called a stroboscopic light. The flickering reduces the area between the conscious and subconscious.
Whatever it does, it feels fine.
I received this letter this morning. I haven't opened it yet. Tell me what's in it.
I see a harbor, beyond it, a city with big buildings. The city is New York. The letter is from New York. It's coming closer, the big building. There's one building. The letter is from the building. From a man 76 years old, white hair. I see everything. Doctor, I tell you, I see everything.
Why?
Why what?
Why should the strobe light make any difference?
Well, I don't know, but it does. Right now, everything is gone.
The light flickers, you flicker.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we should be celebrating.
Then I've proved it. I'm finished.
The ultimate purpose of our work is to try to understand what extrasensory perception is. Well, maybe we are getting a little close.
Then I think you should be happy.
All by ourselves, right here in this little room. We may have just dumped man's deepest hopes into the garbage can. Instead of a psychic marvel, maybe you are no more than a radio receiver.
A what?
Why should the strobe light change anything? All it is an electrical impulse. What's ESP? An electric spark?
I don't care what you call it. When I touch things, I know. And when I don't touch things, I know. Put on the light. We go some more.
You can build yourself the electrical marvel, AM and FM, and go back on the stage. I'm sorry. Peter, science has reduced everything in this world to 92 elements. everything except one thing, the human mind. If what we've got up here, if what we know and feel can be analyzed chemically, then I can't rationalize it. But I want it to be more than an electric spark. Infinitely more. I guess that doesn't make sense.
No, it makes sense to me, Doctor.
There is one way to prove if we're on the right track or not.
How?
You won't like it, Peter. What I'm going to turn on is called the Faraday cage.
Why does it glow like that?
That's 250,000 volts of electricity.
250,000 volts?
Oh, you'll be quite comfortable and safe inside.
Me? But you're joking. No. Oh, no, Doctor. Oh, no.
It won't hurt you, Peter.
I never heard of 250,000 volts helping anyone.
The current is only on the outside. Come on, I'll show you. Come on. Sit down.
Now, what is this supposed to prove?
If extrasensory perception is merely an electrical wave, they usually score a 0 on the matching test. Because when the power goes on, no electrical impulse can penetrate these walls.
With 250,000 volts,
Will you stop worrying about it? You just sit there. Open your collar. Relax. This is the way you work the intercom. I brought you a set of objects. I have a similar set outside. And when I point at one object, you tell me which one it is. Okay? Good luck.
One moment. How do I get out of here?
I'll open it for you.
Well, why can't I open it myself to get out?
You might get panicky and try to leave before the power is down to 0. And at that moment, you touch the outside metal. Goodbye, Peter Hyrkos.
Bye, Peter.
I'm turning on the power now.
Once the cage is electrically charged, it remains hot until I pull the switch.
Want to start?
I guess so.
You relaxed?
How can I be relaxed in here?
What am I pointing at now?
Peter! Butterfly.
And now?
Deneuve.
The what?
Deneuve. Oh, I'm sorry. I still think in Dutch. Nope is button.
And now? Extrasensory perception was not merely an electrical impulse. As a matter of record, shielding Peter Hyrkos from electrical impulses increased his power enormously.
Bullets.
Peter? Where have you been?
What, to the movies, Doctor?
That's every night this week. All right, come on in. I want to meet somebody.
No,
Come.
nine,
Peter Hyrkos, Mr. Kibbe. We were just discussing...
No. Not Mr. Kibbe, a policeman.
Well, I warned you.
What is this?
Captain Kibbe is an old friend of mine. He heard about you and he phoned.
Your work with the French police in that Dijon case is simply beyond belief. What I mean, how you could tell that that little girl...
Peter, the captain wonders if...
Yes, I know what the captain wondered. No, I am sorry, I don't work with anyone anymore. Just the laboratory. Nothing else. Yes, it's an earring. I see trees, many trees, raining. The ground is wet, raining all night. A muddy road. The woman... The woman is dead. The policeman gave it to you.
Peter!
You tricked me!
All right, Peter. Okay, I'm going to turn it off now. Listen to me.
No, I won't listen!
For the 20 seconds it takes for the power to drop to zero, you're going to have to. I have Captain Kibbe in the laboratory with me.
If you know so much from the earring, you must know the terrible way she was killed.
Open!
If anybody had ever told me that I would be begging someone like you to help me solve a murder case, but I am begging. Mr. Herkus, if you could have seen the condition of her body.
I'm not going to apologize this time. I doubt that God gave such a gift merely to entertain in theaters.
If you will give me the earring back, I'll be on my way.
I'll help you if I can. But I'm going to need something from the men who killed.
But there's nothing. We went over the area 100 times. Nothing.
The woman's body.
Cremated.
I must have something. It was here. So, yeah, this is a car. I see many lights, colored lights.
red light, there's stoplight. She's sitting behind the wheel, and the car is stopping. The man... Wait. Yes. This door, the man gets in. I feel very strongly. He has a gun.
Connor's woman was strangled, Mr. Hercus.
Yeah, I say this. He has the gun to frighten. There are no bullets.
Go on, Peter.
His mind is sick.
What else about him?
He lives... Old building. 1-8.
1-8.
A hotel with dirty curtains.
There must be 100 hotels like that in town.
Yeah, but I feel strongly. 1-8.
1-8 what?
I don't know. Vogel. Yeah, Vogel, the man's name. Vogel.
Vogel? Peter, in English there are two names. Vogel and Fogel. One with an F and one with a V. Which one do you mean?
The V.
V. Vogel.
Yeah, I say this.
I can already hear the laughter in the police locker room. Brother.
4 days later, 37 flea traps, flop houses, side street hotels later, Peter Hercos and party arrive in the dingy lobby of the Royal Arms Hotel.
Vogel is living here.
Now, wait a minute, mister. I ought to know who lives here and who don't.
Peter, you said number 18. This is 127.
Where's he going? Hey, is he crazy? What are you guys doing here?
Open it up.
There's no Mr. Vogel in this room.
Open it up.
Don't you cops need a search warrant anymore?
Open it up. Just as a favor to me.
Tell me what's happening at least.
His mind is like an animal's. It's filled with hate and fear. Women fill him with hate, with fear. He's very sick.
Who's sick? I thought my room rent was paid till next Saturday.
I tried to stop them, Mr. Bird. This is the captain of detectives, and the other two guys, I don't know who they are.
You ever use the name Vogel?
Vogel? The name's Bird, like in Robin Redbreast. Walter Bird.
Any identification?
Sure.
Where do you work? What do you do?
The bowling alley on South Beacon. Just came from there. Long, hard day. Tell your friend it's not polite to stare.
His name's not Vogel.
Well, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's the one.
What one? Who is this kook? Buddy, stare at something else for a while, huh? Would it be too nosy to ask you gentlemen what this is all about?
Peter described how he looked like. There are a million guys that look like that.
Oh, thanks, loads.
But I'll run a routine check anyway.
Well, you'll find I'm a real bad boy when it comes to parking tickets. What's he up to now? Hey, what is he, a hound dog or something? Come on, Rover, knock off. How do you do? The name's Bird, like in Robin Redbreast, and please give me back my hand.
What have you done?
Let go, will you?
That woman in the picture was not the only one.
What's the matter with this guy? Make him let go.
There were much more.
Let go
Many
my hair.
more women.
Let go my hair.
Yeah.
Peter.
Yeah?
Sometimes in the laboratory, you'd think in Dutch. You remember?
Yeah.
What's bird in Dutch?
Bird is vogel.
She laughed. She just laughed.
Mr. Pop.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John McIntyre. Extrasensory perception, clairvoyance, telepathy, precognition. These are the laboratory words. But in everyday life, you and I are faced with a multitude of strange occurrences. Item: a man is about to board a certain airliner. Suddenly, on a hunch, he turns back to the ticket window and changes to another flight. An hour later, the plane he would have been on crashes into a mountainside. Item: a mother suddenly and unaccountably breaks into tears at the moment her son is killed 1,000 miles away. Reason? Unknown, unexplained.
Cross, square.
Today, modern scientists are delving deeper and deeper into these mysteries.
Star.
In the science laboratory of a great university, a girl sits at a table and draws cards from an automatic shuffling machine. On the face of each card is one of 5 possible designs. A star, a circle, a cross, a square, 3 wavy lines. Without looking at the cards, the girl tries to identify the designs by mental impressions, by clairvoyance. At another table, a man watches dice tumble about in a revolving cage. The man calls out a number.
6.
The dice are cast. The number is 6. At still another table, an experimenter stares at a photograph of a tree and tries to project a mental image of this tree to an artist at a drawing board in the next room. These are only a few of the experiments by which modern science hopes to probe into these unexplained phenomena, to solve one of life's greatest riddles.
Mr. McIntyre, may I interrupt for just a moment?
Certainly.
My name is Lawrence Dobkin.
Mr. Dobkin?
Now, it's my contention most of these things can be explained. Properly investigated with adequate controls, science can show a perfectly normal, logical explanation for almost any of these so-called psychic phenomena.
I see.
Excuse me, Mr. McIntyre. I'm Russell Thorson, and I'd like to ask Mr. Dobkin a question.
Well, go right ahead, Mr. Thorson.
Mr. Dobkin, do you feel that science has been able to determine by what means certain men and women are able to consult a forked stick and discover water far underground?
You mean a water dowser?
Yes.
Oh, that's a superstition that goes back to the Middle Ages.
I believe it's more than a superstition. I believe it's extrasensory perception.
Oh?
Gentlemen, may I make a suggestion?
Certainly, Mr. McIntyre.
The workshop has included the case of a water dowser in tonight's report. For case number 1, we have invited a gentleman who can give us an eyewitness account of how a water dowser works. Mr. Robert Ballin.
To begin with, let me say that my experience is limited to the method used by one particular dowser, Mr. Henry Gross, game warden of Biddeford, Maine, probably the country's best-known dowser. 2 books have been written about him by Kenneth Roberts, author of such bestsellers as Northwest Passage and Oliver Wiswell. As a result of reading of Mr. Roberts' books on Henry Gross, I decided to employ him to find water on my farm, which is just outside Manchester, Vermont. shortly after I bought the farm, in the fall of 1954, the spring that supplied all my water suddenly went dry. Some of my neighbors said nothing could be done about it. Some said I should call in a geologist and try to drill a well. Instead, I got in touch with Kenneth Roberts and Mr. Henry Gross. I asked if Mr. Gross would be willing to come over from Maine and douse my farm. He said he would for a fee of $500 in expenses, and a day or so later he drove up to my front door. He was a man of about 60, a little less than medium height, quiet, soft-spoken country gentleman. I invited him into the house for a cup of coffee, and Mr. Gross explained the conditions that I must agree to.
Now, Mr. Ballin, if I tell you where to dig your well, you must dig right there at that spot, and not maybe off a few feet north or south.
Yes, I understand that, Mr. Gross.
And don't bring in one of those big bulldozers for the digging.
Oh?
Oh, machine's too heavy. Would mash the earth down so tight it'd crush the veins, send the water off in a new direction.
Yes, I could see that it might.
All right, we can get started.
Most of my farm is on a hillside with a good deal of natural growth. As we walked along, Mr. Gross pulled up a goldenrod plant and bent it into the shape of the letter V. He took one fork of the branch in each hand and held the point directly in front of him in a horizontal position. He aimed slowly to the right, then to the left. Suddenly, the branch dipped down.
Uh-huh. Yes, looks like your old spring, the one that dried out, is straight up the hill.
I didn't tell you where it was, did I?
Oh, didn't need to. That's where my rod says it is. That's why it dipped.
Well, in other words, if the rod points down, that indicates water?
Mm-hmm. Or if I'm asking the rod a question, a dip means yes. If it doesn't dip, that's no.
Can the rod tell how near we are to the spring?
I'll ask it. How far away is the old spring? More than 100 yards?
We waited a moment, and then the rod dipped again.
More than 200 yards?
Another pause, then another dip.
More than 500 yards?
This time it was motionless.
Seems to be less than 500. Is it 450 yards? Is it 460 yards?
The questions continued until the rod indicated the old spring was 458 yards up the hill. We then paced off the distance and found it to be 457 yards. Now, considering that a man's stride cannot be exact, the rod's accuracy was phenomenal.
You know why this spring went dry? It was off on a tributary, and this long drought parched it out.
You think the main vein is still flowing?
Mm-hmm. Just a question of finding it.
We worked our way down the slope until the divining rod dipped again. Then Mr. Gross began walking back and forth and asking the rod questions. Finally, we had worked ourselves almost up to my back door, and then Mr. Gross laid the rod aside.
Mr. Ballin, you've got a good vein. Comes down from the top of that hill. It's about 20 feet wide. The deepest part is 7 feet. And behind your house, it rises to within 4 feet of the surface.
Huh?
Now, this is the place to dig. You'll find it's excellent drinking water.
Fine. It's only 4 feet. I can dig it myself.
Sure. Be good exercise.
Mr. Gross, 2 or 3 times while you were working, you seemed to break into perspiration and tremble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it happens now and then. Takes a little out of you when you feel the water.
You say feel?
Well, that's the only way I can describe it.
Well, then you must be able to find the water without using a divining rod.
I do sometimes, but the rod is a help.
Well, tell me, do you think other dowsers feel water the same way you do?
Can't say, but I do know that most of us are outdoor folks. We're at home in the woods and fields. I think that's important. Very important.
I followed Mr. Gross's instructions and started digging in the spot that he had indicated. The top earth was dry and caked. But at about 18 inches, the soil was damp. At 2 feet, it was moist. At 3 feet, water seeped into the hole. As far as we could tell, the water vein was exactly at the depth that Mr. Gross had predicted.
And now, I'd like to present in person the gentleman who participated in this remarkable phenomenon, Mr. Robert W. Ballin, a vice president of the world's largest advertising agency, the J. Walter Thompson Company. Mr. Ballin.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre.
Would you care to make any comments on this case?
No, I don't think so, except to say I realize that my experience with Mr. Henry Gross was quite impossible, except for one thing. It actually happened through no other device than one man's unusual powers.
Thank you, Mr. Bellin. And you might be interested to know that in preparing this program, the workshop has inquired as to Mr. Henry Gross's recent activities as a water dowser. He has been employed by the city of Fredericksburg, Texas, by landowners on the island of St. Croix in the Virgin Islands, by such firms as Bristol-Myers Chemical Laboratories, the A.C. Lawrence Leather Company, a subsidiary of Swift & Company, by 2 large electronic factories in New Jersey, and by Canada's largest munitions plant.
Excuse me, Mr. McIntyre. May I just make a comment?
Certainly, Mr. Dobkin.
Thank you. Now, science has investigated water dowsing. It appears that when that rod twists and dips in the dowser's hands, well, that's actually caused by an unconscious muscular action. Now, if that's correct, there's no mystery about it.
But there is. There most certainly is.
In what way, Mr. Thorson?
Well, even if the dowser should control the rod by this unconscious muscular action, what is it that affects his muscles? If the dowser has some strange affinity for water, how does he feel it?
Well, no,
and how is it that Mr. Gross, over a flowing vein of water, can hold 2 dowsing rods, each slightly off-center, and have one rod work frontward and the other backward? Muscles can't do that.
Well, but now you're getting off into the supernatural.
The supernatural or the natural in a way not yet understood by science. In every era since the age of ice and of the mastodon, man has believed in the miraculous. He turned to the witch doctors, the soothsayers, to the astrologers, the magicians, to the frauds and the cunning cheats. Again and again his faith was betrayed, and yet he believed. He believed because there was something that was beyond his knowledge. In the Bible there are miracles. Belshazzar feasted with 1,000 nobles, and a hand appeared and wrote on the wall, Mene, Mene, Tekel, Upharsin. And in that night was Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, slain. Pharaoh dreamed a dream of 7 fat years and 7 lean years. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, slept and saw a vision of himself humbled as unto the beasts of the field. What are these dreams, these visions?
To be exact, sir, they're phenomena that come under the heading of precognition. That is to say, the knowing of an event before it actually happens.
Now, just a minute.
Yes, Mr. Dobkin.
At times, science finds it difficult to accept biblical stories as literal fact. They are very effective, yes, as literature. But we can't possibly prove that these things actually did occur.
Nor can we prove that they did not, sir.
Yes, well, all right. Now we're quibbling.
How about some modern examples? Would you accept them?
That depends on the quality of the evidence. We all know that certain people are given to telling some very remarkable things, which are either pure imagination or events that have been poorly observed and wrongly interpreted.
Mr. Dobkin, I doubt if you would charge fraud or mistake in the 2 cases I'm proposing. They're both a matter of public record. Mr. McIntyre, would you please?
With pleasure. Case number 2, which might be called precognition. The year was 1858. The Mississippi Riverboat, Pennsylvania, was laying over at St. Louis. Among the crew were Henry Clemens and his older brother Sam, Samuel Clemens, who would one day write his way to fame under the pen name of Mark Twain. While the steamboat loaded cargo, Sam went ashore to stay overnight at the home of his sister, Pamela. Early the following morning, Pamela was awakened by a noise downstairs and a voice.
Henry! Henry!
Pamela reached for her robe and hurried downstairs. She entered the sitting room to find her brother Samuel staring wildly about.
Sam, what are you doing up at this hour?
It seemed so real.
What?
I was so sure of it, I jumped out of bed and came down to look at him.
Sam.
When he wasn't here, I thought they'd moved him.
Who, Sam? Moved who?
Henry. He was dead.
Oh, Sam, you were just having another one of your nightmares.
It was as real as you are, Pamela. I saw Henry stretched out here in this sitting room. He was in a metal coffin. There was a bouquet on his chest. White flowers. All white. Except for one red rose in the center. It was so vivid.
Sam, it was just a dream.
Yes.
A few weeks later, on June 13th, 60 miles below Memphis, the boilers of the steamboat Pennsylvania exploded. Among the 160 dead was Henry Clemens. In a Memphis warehouse, the victims were laid out in a long line of wooden coffins. There was but one metal coffin. Samuel Clemens stood beside it and gazed down at his brother's body. On the chest was a bouquet of white flowers, all white, except for one red rose in the center. Case number 3. 7 years later, in the second week of April, 1865, another man dreamed a dream. Afterward, he told it to his wife and to his best friend.
There seemed to be a death-like stillness about me. Then I heard subdued sobs, as if a number of people were weeping. I thought I left my bed and wandered downstairs. I went from room to room. No living person was in sight, but the same mournful sounds of distress met me as I passed along. I was both puzzled and alarmed. I kept on until I arrived at the east room. There before me was a catafalque on which rested a corpse wrapped in funeral vestments. Around it a throng of people, some gazing mournfully upon the corpse, others weeping pitifully. I asked one of the soldiers there, "Who is dead in the White House?" "The president," he said. "He was killed by an assassin."
That same week, in April, the man who dreamed that dream, Abraham Lincoln, attended a play at Ford's Theater. Later, his body lay in state in the East Room.
Yes.
Well, gentlemen?
Well, first I'd like to ask Mr. Dobkin if he questions the validity of those two dreams.
No, Mr. Thorson. I accept them as correct statements of actual events.
Thank you.
But now, tell me, have you never had a dream of dying or falling downstairs or being in an auto accident?
Oh, I imagine I have, yes.
I know I have. Well, let's suppose that everybody in the United States has had at least one dream of accident or of disaster. That's 165 million dreams. Now, the simple law of averages guarantees that some of those dreams will come true.
I think this is a good time to quote Dr. Sigmund Freud. He said, if one regards oneself as a skeptic, it is well from time to time to be skeptical about one's skepticism. And on clairvoyant dreams, he said, just a minute. Mr. McIntyre, would you oblige me again?
Certainly. In Vienna, in 1925, Dr. Sigmund Freud, the great pioneer in the science of psychoanalysis, had this to say.
If there are such things as telepathic messages, the possibility cannot be dismissed of their reaching someone during sleep. The further possibility arises that telepathic messages received in the course of the day may only be dealt with during a dream of the following night.
I hope you paid particular attention to that last part, Mr. Dobkin. There is a possibility that telepathic messages might come to a person only in a dream.
Yes, I got that point.
All right. Doesn't that suggest something to you? At the very time of President Lincoln's dream, John Wilkes Booth was planning his assassination. Using Freud's theory, Lincoln might have picked up Booth's murderous thoughts by telepathy. Therefore, the dream.
Well, it's a startling idea, certainly, but again, there's no possible proof.
The world is filled with things difficult to prove. Their mere existence is our proof.
Well,
we scientists have spent centuries studying the animal world. And what do we come up with? Mystery.
Item, the homing pigeon.
A homing pigeon can find its way back to its home loft over distances up to 100 miles. In some cases, the distance is approached 1,000 miles. Means by which the bird determines latitude, longitude, curvature of the earth, unknown.
Item, household pets.
Dogs and cats have been separated from their owner and have returned on foot over distances of many hundreds of miles. Bobby, a collie, traveled almost 2,000 miles between the states of Indiana and Oregon. Means of determining direction, unknown.
Item, the European eel.
The European eel swims from inland rivers into the Atlantic, makes its way 2,000 miles to a deep off the West Indies. There it spawns and dies. The baby eels born off the West Indies return across the Atlantic and ascend the same rivers from which their parents had come years before. Method of finding their way? Unknown.
Well, this is all very interesting, Mr. Thorson, but these are things that we call instinct.
Yes, and what is instinct? Can science explain it?
Well, we're investigating it.
And we still don't know. I say that instinct includes clairvoyance and telepathy at work at an animal level.
Yes, but that is simply argument.
Mr. McIntyre, may we have the case of Lady the Wonder Horse?
Certainly. Case number 4. An example of clairvoyance, as told by Mr. Stuart Wyatt.
Well, it was back in the fall of 1950, late October. My wife Nancy and our 12-year-old boy Billy and I went up to spend a weekend at our mountain cabin. This was back in eastern Tennessee on the shore of a small lake. Late Saturday afternoon, Billy went out in a sailboat. I told him not to because it looked like there was a storm blowing up, but, well, you know how kids are. But, well, anyway, the wind kept getting stronger and stronger. And Nancy and I got worried. We saw Billy trying to take in sail, but he couldn't do it fast enough. Then the mast broke and the boat capsized. I swam out to the wreckage, but there was no sign of Billy. So we telephoned the nearest forest ranger station, and they sent over a couple of men with a search boat. They couldn't find anything either. That night in the pouring rain, we had over 200 volunteers combing the woods and the shore. They even brought in bloodhounds. But after 2 days of this, the chief ranger, Anderson, was pretty discouraged.
Well, we've dragged the lake 3 times, Mr. Wyatt, and still nothing. I'm afraid the body must be caught under the ledge or something where our equipment can't reach it. Looks like there's nothing more we can do.
When I told that to my wife, it's a funny thing, Mr. McIntyre. She just suddenly stopped crying. She said, "All right, now it's time to try that horse she'd read about. It was supposed to be able to find missing children, and its name was Lady." I told her it was ridiculous, but, well, we'd tried everything else.
The horse which Mrs. Wyatt had read about is Lady, owned by Mrs. C.D. Fonda of Richmond, Virginia. Mr. and Mrs. Wyatt found the 25-year-old mare waiting for them in her barn. In front of her was a strange contrivance of levers and wooden blocks with letters of the alphabet and numbers running from 1 to 10. Following instructions, the Wyatts asked Lady a test question.
Lady, tell me, what was my maiden name?
The horse moved toward one of the levers. She pressed her nose against the lever, and a block with the letter L came into view.
L.
E.
E, that's right, Lee, Nancy Lee.
Oh, this is impossible. Nobody around here knows your maiden name.
Lady does.
Well...
Lady, is my son Billy alive? Lady?
A. L.
I.
Alive.
God, oh, God.
Lady, where is Billy? Lady, where is Billy? C. A. B.
E. Cave, he's in a cave.
Mr. and Mrs. Wyatt telephoned from Richmond to Chief Ranger Anderson back in Tennessee. They told him to search for a cave. The following is from the official report of Ranger Anderson.
The white boy was found in a small cave approximately 1 1/4 miles northeast of the lake. He was unconscious. Dr. Warner gave him a blood transfusion and he was removed to the hospital. When I was able to question him, the white boy stated these circumstances. After the sailboat capsized and sank, he swam to the nearest shore. While attempting to return home through the woods, he stumbled into an animal trap. The trap broke his left leg, and he began to lose blood. In a state of fright and confusion, he then began to crawl in a direction away from the lake. He discovered the cave and decided to stay there until the rainstorm was over. Sometime during the night, he lost consciousness. He remembered nothing more until reviving in the hospital. He was discharged therefrom on October 28th, fully recovered.
Cases similar to that of the Wyatt boy, in which the horse lady has guided searchers to the recovery of the bodies of missing children, may be read in Newsweek magazine, the issues of October 25th, 1948, December 22nd, 1952, and February 16th, 1953. In Time magazine, issue of December 15th, 1952, in Life magazine, issue of December 22nd, 1952, and in Popular Mechanics magazine, issue of March, 1952. Yes, the dramatization you just heard was a composite of several such actual cases. Item, Emanuel Swedenborg.
Emanuel Swedenborg, scientist and philosopher in September 1759, saw in a waking dream a disastrous fire which was burning at that very moment in the city of Stockholm, 50 miles away. He specified the houses which were then in flames and gave the correct hour at which the fire was extinguished.
Item, Leo Tolstoy.
In 1910, Count Leo Tolstoy, famous author, sent a message to the Tsar of Russia, the German Kaiser, and the King of England, in which he described his dream of World War I 4 years before it occurred. He stated when the war would begin, where it would be, outlined its horrors, foresaw the League of Nations.
5, 9.
I'll tell your fortune, said a gypsy. I'll read it in the stars above. For in the starry skies are written the mysteries of life and love. Now I will tell you what your fate will be. I gaze into the distant future and find the answer there for you. A friend whom you have now forgotten will leave a fortune all to you.
And here we are with 5 laps to go in USAC's 500-mile Eastern Special. So far, we've had 4 yellow lights, 2 minor wrecks, but nobody hurt. Tom Kovac, winner of 4 of USAC's 5 previous races this season, is coming in to refuel. Kovac has been leading for 28 of the 34 laps.
What's the matter with Weber? He nearly went off at turn 4. Ah, he's edgy. Must need the money. I bet you'd like to see him win. Second place money will have to be good enough for him.
It's Wyndham in Devon, dear. It's Wyndham in Devon, dear.
Okay, let me have a look.
Well, this is one cove I couldn't walk away from.
But he will. Okay, let's get him out of here.
And that's what he said to you and Andretti.
Last year, after Indianapolis.
Well, now, Tom, could we get back now to what happened in the Pennsylvania run yesterday?
That's very simple. I lost the race.
Tom, you're being very evasive again.
No, Mr. Ray, I don't mind. I'll go on holding.
I'm heading
No, Tom. Let's not leap into next week just yet. Now, they gave you up for dead. So I'll ask the question. Did it seem you were dead for a moment?
I don't know. I guess you might say I was...
All right, okay. Let's get back to the manor house you saw. Now, what about that house? Now, the doctor reported about you seeing a manor house and hearing a woman scream.
Yeah, well, I guess... Maybe I thought I saw something. But
You
maybe
did see
it
something,
looked
I
like
can
a
tell.
manor house. I guess that's what you'd say it was. I was on a stretch, full out. And all of a sudden, I wasn't in Pennsylvania anymore. I was on this gravel road headed for the house. Then just as suddenly I was back on the track, and a lot of guys are trying to climb all around me into the lead, all of which, of course, is impossible.
Which is not impossible.
And then I thought I saw a hay wagon.
No, I repeat, my price is quite firm.
After the crash,
It is an authentic
there
15th
was
century
this woman
manuscript.
screaming her head off.
Yes, I'll
And a
hold.
little girl with, I guess you'd call it a sly grin, smirking at her.
Sly grin.
And then?
That's it. It was all over.
And
Who
you walked
were
away
they?
from that crash
Oh,
miraculously.
no, I'm terribly sorry.
Now,
yes.
let's get back to the manor
Yes,
house, Tom.
I'll be in New York until tomorrow.
In
Thank you.
England. Right.
Goodbye.
Well, now, how did you know? A general look?
That and in the voice, it said Wyndham in Devon. You can't get much more English than that.
No, you certainly can't.
We'll take a break here. We'll be back in a minute.
Wyndham. Wyndham in Devon.
It's Wyndham in Devon, dear.
I don't think I'll be able to sleep on the plane, Mommy. I want to get there so bad. When we get to London, will we go to Wyndham right away?
Oh, no, we'll spend a couple of nights in London. We're not really due there until Thursday, you know.
You're not going to start calling up agents and producers and stuff.
I promise you, I'm leaving all my career stuff here at home. No interviews, no scripts, no telephone call to Los Angeles, nothing. Just fun. A good fun vacation, right?
Are you glad you're going to be seeing Daddy again? Do you think you might?
Get together again. I don't know, Jen. His letters have been so nice lately. I like to think so. I keep reminding myself it's been 11 years since I saw him.
You'll probably like him a whole lot better. As the great philosopher says, 10 or 11 years makes a big difference to the heart.
What great philosopher said that?
Me.
We just have to wait and see what happens, okay?
Okay.
born? I want to know all about you.
I was born in Ohio, a little town called Oskegon.
And did you have any visions there as a boy?
Oh, yeah. I had a lot of visions of getting out of Oskegon.
Oh, you're marvelous, even better than on television or on the track.
Crackers?
What? Oh, no, thank you.
Look, however you tracked me down, whatever it is you're here for, are you sure you wouldn't rather explain it over a martini?
Sorry, I only have 14 minutes to talk to you before a dinner appointment. Seriously. I want to ask you what you intend to do about that poor woman.
Which poor woman?
The one who screamed in your vision. Her life is obviously in jeopardy.
From now on, Kovac, stick to wheels. No more TV interviews.
How interesting. You say Kovac and not Tom when you talk to yourself. I always say Michelle, not Brent. Well, Tom or Kovac, I do know something about the occult. I've studied for 5 years with Ramgat Singh and then, of course, with Willie Smith for 2.
Of course.
So it would be more than helpful if you would draw a picture for me.
Draw a picture?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. All right. Why not draw a picture? You want a Porsche or a Ferrari?
The manor house you saw. Would you draw it from memory, please?
My art teacher said I showed great promise as a mechanic. You're serious?
Very.
Okay.
I earn my living selling rare books, in the course of which I've gained a great deal of knowledge on witchcraft and the occult.
You know, I know this great Armenian restaurant on East 54th Street.
Concentrate, please. You think I'm silly, or maybe dangerous. Well, I'm neither. And I have none of the powers which I'm convinced that you have.
It may come as an unpleasant shock to you, Michelle, but I'm not scared of black cats, Friday the 13th, or walking under ladders. As a matter of fact, every once in a while, I get my kicks walking under a ladder.
Not strange at all, considering who you are. Now, go on. You were doing beautifully. Evil forces do exist, always have. Now, read your L'Histoire Psychique by Rochambeau, and you will see that there were 3 instances of an experience almost exactly like yours between 1632 and That is absolutely fantastic. You've seen it. It's the place. Look. Wyndham in Devon. Now, like it or not, you have rare and mysterious insight.
Honey, listen. What you call insight, I call a knock on the head that I got when I wrecked my car at 160 miles an hour. Can you understand that?
I understand this. Very seldom does someone intelligent, giving, and... well, why shouldn't I use the word good? Acquire the strength to fight the force of evil. You have. And you have got to come with me.
Where?
To England to save that woman.
But I don't even know the woman. Besides, she's probably not in England. She's an American.
How do you know that?
Her accent. When she said Wyndham in Devon, it was definitely American.
That's absolutely marvelous. Now, have you ever seen her or heard her before?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
And the little girl?
No.
But you said on television that you were going to Europe anyway.
To chase cars, not wild geese.
And now you're chasing me. Out.
Mr. Duncan Sanford here?
Ah, you'll have to ask Mrs. Faraday.
My dear Miss Glenn, or should I call you Mrs. Sanford?
Oh, I answer to both. Mrs. Faraday.
Yes. And of course you're Jennifer. You know, the last time I saw your mother, she was riding a wild horse in Technicolor.
My first and last Western.
Mrs. Faraday, is my father here yet?
Your father? Was he supposed to be?
Well, yes, we were to meet him here.
Oh, I hope there's been no misunderstanding. The room was reserved for you and the child. No mention was made of Mr. Sanford. Won't you come in?
Didn't Daddy make the reservation? Why isn't he here?
He will be, Jen. He lives in a house in the village. There's no reason for him to stay here.
Well, why didn't he ask us to his house?
You've asked me that, and I've explained. Be a little patient. Oh, this is a lovely place.
Hey, look! The sea's right here.
Yes, and it's wild and dangerous. But of course, those of us who live at Wyndham enjoy the excitement of the sea.
Daddy, I've been waiting my whole life to meet you.
The temperature today in New York City reached a record-breaking high of 98 degrees. According to the United States Weather Bureau, there should be a drop to the mid-80s by midnight. Tomorrow continues hot and humid. Strong gusty winds by Thursday, however, should mean more comfortable temperatures by the end of the week. Now back to the main news.
During the New York Spring Car Championships at the Bronx Speedway, Red Mackey won the 50-lap main event.
Hello?
Mr. Kovac, I'm calling for Michelle Brent.
Oh yeah.
She tried to reach you earlier, but had to leave for London, but said if you want to contact her, she'll be at the Chester House off the Tower Bridge Road.
Okay, I'll make a note of it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Can I be of any help?
Well, my husband doesn't seem to have a telephone. At least the operator said he wasn't listed.
Oh, that's not uncommon around here. But I can give you directions to reach Mrs. Sanford.
Mrs. Sanford?
She made your reservation. I believe she's related to your father. You'll meet her, of course. Louise often comes for dinner.
Daddy never mentioned her in his letters.
Daddy's letters weren't exactly epics.
You can take the footpath to the village to reach her. She lives in Cliff Cottage.
Oh, good. Well, we'll go there first thing in the morning, then. In the meantime, my dear, it's about an hour past your bedtime.
Can't we go to the village now, Mommy?
Jennifer.
Okay. Good night, Mrs. Faraday.
Good night, Jennifer. And good night, Miss Kangaroo. What's her name?
Wendy. Wendy Wyndham Sanford.
It is?
I just decided.
I've been expecting you. Right on schedule.
I thought you English always said schedule.
Come in.
Thank you.
I was just trying to make you feel at home.
Well, that wouldn't be too hard. You have a very nice place.
I share the flat with my sister. She's in Paris at the moment on holiday.
Manor Estates Limited. You wouldn't be planning a vacation yourself.
Well, as you can see, one can stay at your manor house in Wyndham.
How about that?
I only hope Mrs. Faraday has some rooms left. I made some inquiries. She owns Wyndham and takes guests during the summer. You know, noblesse oblige, taxes and all that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm surprised you didn't go ahead and reserve the rooms.
I should have. Tom Kovac, I didn't tell the truth just now. I wasn't sure that you'd come. But I can't tell you how grateful I am that you have. Really, for that woman's sake.
Hey, you get emotional about it. I'm here. I'm here.
Really, thank you. Thank you for coming.
You talk about me having powers. You did all right with that travel agent.
My power consisted of handing him a £5 note under the table. For 2 cancellations to dear old Wyndham.
Look out!
But my power never caused me to wake up soaking wet on the floor after a dip in the channel. And I bet it was the channel.
You know, I could have stepped into my shower, slipped on a cake of soap, hit my head on the tiles, and crawled out half-conscious.
I doubt that. I mean, you're here.
Maybe because my shower doesn't normally run salt water. Look out!
Now, I think you should leave for Wyndham first and arrive ahead of me, hmm?
Definitely. There are evil forces there, and we can't be too careful.
That must be the cottage over there, Jan. Knock again.
Wait. Please wait. I'll only be a moment. Takes me a while to get around, you know. But do come in.
Look, Mommy, it's you.
Yes, of course it is.
Why should it be anyone else? I've followed your career for years. Why haven't they televised any of your films in this country? Can you tell me that? Aren't I rude? I'm screaming at you, and I haven't even introduced myself.
You're a fan club named Louise Sanford Wyndham Branch, and I'm very happy to meet you at last.
Duncan and I are cousins by marriage, you know.
But where is my father?
I knew you would ask that. I wish I could tell you. I got a note from him to make arrangements for you at Wyndham. I naturally thought he'd be on hand to greet you.
I'm afraid we've been temporarily stood up.
Of course, but only temporarily. It isn't like Duncan. But let me show you, dear. Just round that corner, you'll find a funny little cabinet with drawers.
Yes, I see it.
In the bottom drawer on the right-hand side, there's something for you.
My letters.
And your drawings. He's very proud of you. He's held on to every scrap.
When did Duncan leave, Mrs. Sanford?
Oh, please call me Louise. Well, he used to go back and forth. London, Glasgow, Liverpool. I haven't heard from him for some time, except for the note about your room, there in the drawer.
But I received a letter from him written 10 days ago. But in the last 6 months, he's written very often, and his letters have been different.
How peculiar that he's not at Wyndham.
Perhaps he's in London. I wonder if I should try to get in touch with John Parrish. Are he and Duncan still friends?
I hope not. I'm not very fond of Parrish. Rather a creep, as the children say nowadays. Of creeps.
I wasn't very fond of him either, but he might know something. Do you have any idea where I might reach him?
No, I'm afraid not. Do you know what I think, Jennifer? That attractive rogue of a father of yours has some sort of super surprise for you and your ma, and he's waiting for exactly the right moment to spring it. Now, shall we all have a happy and hopeful cup of tea?
Oh, I'm for that. How about you, Jen?
Yes, okay.
May I help?
All right, I can manage.
Kovac. That's a Polish name, isn't it?
It's a name, Mrs. Faraday. My paternal grandfather was from Warsaw. His wife was from Holland. The other side was Irish. I guess that makes me 100% Midwestern American, right?
Yes, I suppose it does. May I show you our library? Miss Glenn, I'd like you to meet a countryman of yours. Mr. Thomas Kovac, Andrea Glenn. How do you do?
Haven't we met somewhere before? Or does everyone ask you that?
Perhaps we have met before, but if we haven't, I'm very glad to meet you now.
And Miss Glenn's daughter, Jennifer.
Hi, Mr. Kovac.
You must be tired from your train ride. Let me show you to your room.
Perhaps we'll see you later, Mr. Kovac.
It's quite safe, Mr. Kovac. They do have lifts in the American Midwest, I assume.
Oh, yeah.
Che aroma. Smell the sea. The salted perfume.
Mr. Faraday tells me he spends every summer in England.
Oh, nice. For England. Mr. Kovac, Miss Brent.
How do you do?
Signor Varelli.
Piacere.
Pleased to meet you.
I wish I'd taken the 2 o'clock car. That yours?
Yes, it is.
Oh, please, please. Hopkins will do that.
That's all right. I can get her.
Signora Faraday, something tells me that tonight you will serve the Dover sole from your water so blessedly close.
I'm afraid we're having roast beef tonight.
The woman, the girl, and the elevator. They're all here. And look.
Your salty shower. Okay, so where's the evil force?
Give me time. Give me time. I've only been here 3 hours.
Una meraviglia. My trip is finished, complete, and Glenn. I have seen every film that you have made. Every one.
Well, I put you several ahead of me, Senor, but thank you very much.
Why didn't you tell me that the screaming lady in your vision is Andrea Glenn?
I never saw her in a flick where she screamed.
That still doesn't explain the sly little girl.
It's her daughter and a doll.
I read recently that you'd raced in Russia. How is Russia, Mr. Kovac?
Very big, Miss Brent.
Ah, Mrs. Faraday, you certainly do pull in the celebrities. Miss Glenn and Tom Kovac. He's very big in racing car circles.
I'm afraid I don't follow the sport. But it does suggest to me now why you're here, Mr. Kovac. It's Gurley that attracted you.
Gurley?
My late husband's true love. You'll get to meet her. I'll get Hopkins to show you to your room.
Gurley.
seem to know the village rather well, Mr. Tracewell.
I do?
I saw you driving through those streets with amazing dash.
Just trying to get it over with quickly, aren't you, Georgie? George?
Get what over with?
Business, I mean.
Oh.
Combining business with pleasure, George?
You could say that, Tom.
Please, Mrs. Faraday. Let me do it.
With pleasure. I noticed from your letterhead, Signor Varelli, that you're an engineer.
I build the autostrade, the roads. In Italia, all roads lead straight from my office. Varelli of Milano. I hope I do not sound immodest.
Not at all. One takes pride in one's doings.
I bet you'd like a hamburger.
I'm just not hungry.
I'm afraid Jen isn't used to tea and cakes at 4 and supper at 8.
I'm really not hungry, Mommy. May I please leave the table?
It's perfectly all right. You go right on ahead, dear.
Your daughter was saying...
Peg, please.
About her father? Oh, yes, I'm afraid she is a little disappointed. But I think he's probably just been delayed. He always did like entrances, whether it was on stage or off.
You're so awful about not telling her, Daddy. She wants to see you, too.
Don't you think I want to see her? It's not easy, Jen. But it's especially important that you say nothing to her as yet. The people who want to keep us apart,
Who are they? Why do they?
I'm fighting them. So the three of us can return to America together. Will you help me?
You know I will, Daddy.
You'll have to be very strong. In some ways, you'll have to give up being a child. You'll have to keep a number of secrets from your mother.
I can't. Well, I never have.
But you will. Because I'm asking you, darling. Open the box. Only you may touch it. No one else. With this, you can help me. Take it. Put it round your neck. You'll wear it all the time. But you'll show it to no one. To no one, Jennifer. Trust me.
Oh, Miss Glenn, please come in.
Mrs. Faraday, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm looking for Jennifer.
Perhaps she's outside.
Oh, but it's so late.
It's a lovely evening. Nearly a full moon.
I'd better track her down and get her to bed.
Shall I take this into the house?
No, perhaps not. Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, not here.
Oh, hello.
Oh, you haven't seen my daughter around, have you?
No, sorry, no.
No.
Jennifer? Jennifer?
just a mirror and a candle.
It's not funny, Jen. Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you.
I've been here all evening.
Where's here? I couldn't find you.
You're losing your sense of humor, Mother.
Jen, since when have you started calling me Mother?
When I stopped calling you Mommy. I won't be needing that anymore. It's nothing but a childish toy.
Hi.
Hello.
You guessed it. This is Gurley.
Interesting.
Very interesting. 27 Bentley.
I mean how men womanize any machine that serves them.
Ah. You're one of those,
Women's lib? No. I'm open to all views. Tell me, does it work?
Been out of action for a long time. Our hostess asked me to have a look.
It took me 3 years to get from 12 to 15. Where did she go? She's vanished.
I have a feeling about that girl. Not anything she's done yet, but something she's going to do.
Something evil.
Michelle, this is a little...
What is it?
Saw something. Something... growing.
Yes. What was it like?
But it's gone.
Try and refocus the image.
How can I refocus an image that I can't even see anymore?
Oh, don't blame me, Tom Kovac. It was your image.
Wait. It's not clear. I can't see what it is.
No. Don't rush. Try not to rush. I once knew a Tibetan psychic, and he said one cannot rush.
I'm not rushing. But please, tell me exactly what your Tibetan psychic would do right now.
Focus on the center of the image. Now work from the center out.
There's a girl's hands, and she's squeezing a leaf.
The girl, is it Jennifer?
I can't tell. It's all hazy. It's all gray.
Well, try and concentrate on the color. Just pick one object and get the color.
The glass is red. And the juice is being...
Yes?
It's gone. But the hand was squeezing something into... Someone's going to be drinking out of that red glass. Come on.
Miss Flynn. Could I have your autograph?
Right this minute.
Yeah, you see, I'm writing to this nephew of mine in Walla Walla. And he's even a bigger fan of yours than Signor Varelli.
If that's possible.
Well, yes, I suppose so. I don't have any paper.
Paper?
Oh, will this do? It even has Wyndham and Devon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, terrible thing.
Oh, that's stupid. I don't know how to apologize.
Try, Mr. Kovac.
Well, you're not going to believe this, but I was out...
Why don't you just say that Wyndham, lovely as it is having a peculiar effect on all of us. So much so that Jen and I are leaving tomorrow.
Oh, that's splendid. Splendid.
Well, thank you, Miss Brent. Or should I say Miss Blunt?
She is a little weird. I'm even beginning to wonder about the rare books.
really handled that with flair.
Subtle, wasn't I?
But you ought to be more careful making of a place like Walla Walla.
Michelle, don't let him hear you say that in Walla Walla.
Well, don't they have any dances in the village?
Why didn't you tell me you're interested, Jennifer?
Boys. I should like to meet some boys.
I'll see what I can arrange.
Okay.
Does Mrs. Faraday look younger to you?
Mm-hmm.
You're not responsible for it, I hope.
No.
It was very strange. It's almost as if he knocked the glass over on purpose.
He's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he and his girlfriend are the ones. They didn't meet here for little old openers. They planned to come to Wyndham together. Some sort of plot. I've heard.
What are you saying? Well, while we're at it, would you mind telling a misguidedly curious mom just what's happened to you? You look
older. Well, I'm not wearing any makeup, am I? I haven't taken to wearing your clothes. This is me. Mother?
Jen?
Hopkins tells me you didn't have your orange juice.
You know, Mrs. Faraday, if I were a drinking woman, I'd ask for something spiked.
If you'd like a little brandy.
Oh, no, I'm probably just exaggerating. Change in climate, anticipation, Duncan. Duncan. Come in.
You do look ill. Jennifer told me you weren't feeling
I'm
well.
sorry, Mrs. Faraday. I'm afraid I need a doctor. I've never had such pain.
I'll call Dr. Reed at once.
Oh, yes, please. Please.
It seems impossible to believe that Jennifer should want to kill her mother.
Well, maybe it wasn't Jennifer. Don't forget, Andrea is loaded.
But as far as I can tell, Jennifer is her only heir. Unless, of course, her husband thinks that he's going to...
That's the one. That's the plan she tore the leaf off.
Oh, yes.
You know it?
Mm-hmm. Black tar are widely used in occult practices. It's related to the oleander, but the leaves are very, very different. Much more poisonous.
Doctor. Reed. Dr. Reed. Are you the husband?
No. But I think you ought to know that she got sick from Well, she could have had oleander in her food.
Oleander. I prefer to arrive at my own diagnosis. Thank you.
It's a very interesting ring you're wearing.
It's not much.
May I have a look at it? I'm an amateur palmologist.
What's that?
Jewelry freak.
It's time we were leaving, Beck. Come on.
So it is.
Signora Faraday holds in her cellar one of the world's finest ports. You will have some?
Well, perhaps a drop. For my port-side rheumatism.
Port?
Thank you.
May I have a brandy?
Brandy, sir.
It's too bad the Tracewells are going to miss this. They've just gone upstairs. Should I ask them to join us?
I suggest that you don't, Mr. Kovac. They're going out.
Tracewells seem to go out most every night, don't they, Mrs. Faraday?
Well, if they do, it really isn't any of our business, is it, Mr. Kovac?
Oh, Jennifer, you must tell your mum in the morning that I looked through some of your father's old letters and I found John Parrish's return address. It's the Apollo Theatre, Shaftesbury Avenue.
May I propose a toast to the rapid recovery of Andrea Glenn, and, if I may be so bold, to our hostess and her continued rejuvenation.
Perhaps once you built a road to the Fountain of Youth and brought it here with you, Signore.
Yes. What have you been doing to yourself, Catherine?
Secret.
About the port, Mr. Varelli. Do you think that 1927 was a better year than 1955? I really would like to have your expert opinion on 1927 port.
Well, of course, it is a very good port. A very good year, 1927. As a matter of fact, it is... May I call you Michel? The 1927 port.
I'll let you walk home.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was detained by a suspicion.
A what?
In Devon tonight, the Tracewells with a car loaded with pharmaceuticals.
Drugs?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't believe that those two young people would...
You're probably right. And what about vintage wines? Did Varelli explain all about 1927 port?
In case you didn't know, they often serve poison in wines in medieval Italy.
Poison in wine? Poison in orange juice? We better keep an eye on Varelli. Oh, what about that John Parrish?
Yes, now you picked that up, too.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he might be able to give us the answer to where Duncan Stanford is. Why don't you go up to London and make inquiries?
And leave you here? Alone?
All right, I'll go. But only if you promise to be very careful.
I promise. Whoever said jolly England?
I think I better leave tonight.
You've got to be careful. It's only a matter of a few more days.
And each day's an age without you.
Well, your mirror can't be complaining, age-wise.
No. It laughs right in my face, with me. Younger and younger every day. Miraculously. Beautifully. Please don't make that stop.
Whatever you wish, Catherine, darling.
Over here, Tom. Help! Help! Help!
Excuse me, I wonder if anyone here would know a John Parrish.
John Parrish, huh? Oh, yes, I would, miss.
He gets his mail at the theatre, doesn't he?
Few letters, miss. I haven't seen Parrish for some time. Last I heard of him, he had a shop somewhere off King's Road.
King's Road. Thank you.
Right, miss.
Here, you. What you looking for?
Nothing. I'm just browsing around.
You shouldn't be in here. It's dangerous. It's a bad one. Wonder the old building didn't come down. The fellow who run this shop died in the fire.
Was his name Parrish?
Yes. Did you know him?
Welcome back, Miss Brent.
Thanks.
Scusa, signora.
I must learn from them. Young people today seem to take to each other so suddenly.
I don't want to shatter your illusions, Mrs. Faraday, but I don't think they've just met.
What?
They've known each other before, at least according to my little gossip columnist, Jennifer.
Before they came to Wyndham? Well, why would they want to pretend?
Oh, it's probably just an escapade. Two attractive young people who want to be together.
Well, not here at Wyndham. Not in my home.
But practically the same thing happened to you in your apartment in New York. You almost drowned there, too.
But this was no vision, Michelle. This was cold, wet reality. He wants to kill me.
But why'd you say he? When the voice you heard calling you must have been Jennifer's.
Might have been, not must. And I'm not convinced that it was Jennifer who loosened that guardrail either.
Tom, let's face it, the whole pattern not only suggests Jennifer, but also that she has psychic power.
Oh, come on.
Yes, as you do.
All right, let's drive along your track for a while. We might as well. Did it ever occur to you that your evil force, if such a thing really exists, might be Duncan Sanford?
Why Duncan Sanford?
You said you found some objects dealing with witchcraft in that burned-out shop, right?
Right.
And you discovered that Parrish is dead, right?
Right.
Well, if Duncan was so close to Parrish, couldn't he, too, have been dabbling in your occult?
Look! You are right, Tom Kovac. This is too much for us to handle.
You're out of breath, Varelli. Where have you been?
I make the exercise. The jog.
I said where?
Signor.
Take your hands off him at once. Signore, my apologies. Mr. Kovac and Miss Brent. First you came to my house misrepresenting your relationship, and now you've attacked one of my guests. Will you kindly vacate your rooms by tomorrow?
Now listen, Mrs. Faraday.
I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Yes?
It's Mr. Varelli, and he's covered with blood.
Whose blood now? That's very important.
I don't know.
Very important. But
Sorry to disturb you.
we were just playing a guessing game.
Oh. And is guessing your game? The laboratory report does show that Miss Glenn is suffering from poisoning. It's a type of oleander. Now, the question remains, how did you know? Oh, well, no matter. Surely an accident.
You were right, Michelle. It always comes back to Jennifer.
Thank you, dear.
It's okay, Mother. I promised Dr. Reed I'd take care of your medicine.
I have this awful feeling about Wyndham now.
It's because of your illness.
No, it's Jennifer.
She's matured remarkably, hasn't she? Well, it happens with some girls.
No, it's not just that. It's the way she looks, the way she acts, and the way she dresses. The things she's done.
Remind you of Dunk?
At the worst times, whenever Parrish was around, he'd fall into those moods.
Oh, those moods made me shudder, too. Are you afraid that Jennifer may have inherited that strain?
Strain? But you don't inherit. No, that's not possible.
No, of course not. Blame an aging woman for not minding her tongue.
It would mean believing in something that I refuse to believe in. But I am frightened.
Always I come back to the same 3 points.
Which are?
Point 1. You had a vision that Varelli had blood on him. So you thought it was he that was driving the black van.
For some reason, I can't be sure about him. Point 2.
What about the trace wells? They sell drugs, and there are some drugs that are made from the oleander plant.
Could be. Point 3.
Oh, point 3. Why should Duncan Sanford send for his wife and his daughter and then not turn up? Why? There is no logical reason unless, as you said, he's involved in the occult.
Could Duncan have hypnotized Jennifer in some way?
From a distance? By letter? No, not likely.
Hold it.
What is it?
I wrote that.
We'll have good times for years and years to come, you'll see.
Here or in Colorado, Daddy?
Both, darling, or wherever in this beautiful world we wish.
Mommy?
Jennifer?
Come to me, Mommy. Hurry, Mommy.
did you say dead?
She wasn't breathing. She wasn't moving.
But there was nobody in the summer house when we found you. Nobody. Jennifer. Jennifer, will you please come in here? Put your arms around your mother, child. She's had such a fright.
Oh, Jennifer. Jennifer. We must go away. We must go away.
I'm sorry, but I just couldn't stand watching that poor woman another minute.
Well, whoever is way ahead of us.
But maybe not for long.
Oh, hello.
Hello. It just occurred to me, Mr. Tracewell, that Miss Glenn could use one of your tranquilizers.
My what?
Well, I thought amongst the drugs that you sell, you may have some of those new sedatives that I've heard about, made from the oleander.
Oleander? Tranquilizers? I'm afraid not.
I hope George doesn't need tranquilizers yet. We've only been married a week.
Well, congratulations, George. I had no idea this was your honeymoon.
Yes, and as you said, business too, Tom.
Well, shall we demonstrate? We might as well. The cat's out of the bag.
There's no need to do that, love.
Oh, yes, I'm sure she'd like one. Here you are. Sample of lipstick, eyebrow pencil, eyeshadow.
Made in France, finest.
Cosmetics.
George sells them. We thought Mrs. Faraday might disapprove, as she has such a posh clientele here.
Do you want to lift him to the village?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Well, good try.
Shall we join the others?
Good morning, sir. Is your luggage ready?
No, but I bet my bill is.
I'm sorry to see you go, sir. I'll finish packing for you.
Come on in. Hopkins. He's not a bad guy, so it's not the butler.
It hasn't been for years. I'm going into the village.
Not alone, you're not.
But you've got to stay here.
That's gonna take a little stalling. Faraday's chomping at the bit to throw us out.
Well, if all else fails, I suggest you suddenly become ill.
I had doubles on the orange juice.
Clever.
Good morning.
Morning. If you don't feel any better, Tommy, ask Mrs. F for a thermometer.
Oh, yeah. What is so funny? This time I've got it for Ellie. I know what you are. But you will not tell.
Ah, is Mrs. Sanford in?
No, Mum.
Oh, well, I'll wait if I may.
I don't know when she'll be coming back. She gave me my wages before she left.
I suppose you've been working for her for a long time.
Well, ever since she came to Wyndham.
And when was that?
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks. She made it seem as though she'd spent her whole life in the village.
And I found this in the cottage. It's Parrish, the man who burned to death in the shop.
Okay. So now we know what Duncan's actor friend looked like.
Let's not dismiss any item that gives us additional information. Did anything happen here?
Well, I had a second vision of Varelli a little while ago. Only this time he had a meat cleaver in his hand.
Does that mean that...
It means that he's a butcher. A genuine, 100% bona fide, first-class wholesale butcher.
So, all veal parmigianis come from Varelli of Milano.
Si, signorina.
Excuse me, Miss Brent. A telephone call.
Thank you.
Madam's order, sir.
Thank you. Goodbye. There was a publisher friend of mine in London. I'd asked him to trace Duncan Sanford. Duncan Sanford died 8 months ago.
I know. I wrote that, and it's been bothering me ever since.
Do you know what's bothering me?
How to tell Andrea?
Well, apart from that, he died before he wrote her all those loving letters. Weren't they all that lift?
That's a wheelchair. One match left.
Well, what do we do?
I'm giving it to you. Got it?
Got it.
Wait till I tell you to strike it. Then hold it for as long as it lasts. I'll look around.
Okay.
Light the match.
Where does this door go?
I don't know.
Oh!
All right.
Oh, what happened? Nothing. A step. Be careful.
I want to tell you the truth, Mother. I've been seeing Daddy.
What? When?
I couldn't tell you before. He's in trouble.
Where have you been seeing him? Where is he? Jan, this isn't another trick you're playing on me, is it? Please don't do this to me again. I can't take much more of it.
Don't ask me any more questions. Daddy will tell you. Now.
Look.
Stay down.
My mother was born in Provence. I'm half French.
Half French.
I just wanted to know all about me in case. I wanted to enter a convent.
What happened?
Well, I won some silly beauty contest and got a scholarship to university instead.
Do come in.
Louise. I thought Duncan wanted to see me.
Duncan? Duncan is dead. He died 8 months ago.
No.
That was when the tone of his letters became different, wasn't it? I'm flattered they made such an impression on you.
But Jennifer said he...
Jennifer, dear vulnerable child, said what she was told to say.
What do you want?
It's quite locked.
Is there anything to hold on to?
Faith.
You see, Jennifer has unusual abilities. You might call them spiritual. Call them what you will. I intend to use them.
I won't let you. Jennifer won't let you.
Oh, I think she will. Such a sweet child, basically. And to think of her suddenly alone in the world. Though, of course, you've made the usual provisions for her worldly needs.
The other people in the house, they'll wonder where I am.
And they shall know that a charming actress, whose mind had been going rapidly, chose to do away with herself. Now, sign this, and I'll promise to take good care of your daughter. As good care as her very own mother. Only more stable. So much more stable.
No!
No way.
Well, you might be able to move it by combining your faith with psychic force.
Let's try. I'm willing to try anything.
All right, then. Now relax. Turn your eyes to the door. Keep your eyes on it. Now, count to 3. And think them in Roman numerals. And you'll be able to see the other side of the door.
Okay. I see, a lock.
Good. Can you see a bolt, too?
Yeah, there's a bolt. And it's bolted.
Now, think only of that bolt. Concentrate on the bolt.
Okay. I'm concentrating.
Open sesame.
Now, what was that for?
It can't hurt.
Who make the noise? Ah, you again. I came for another bottle.
That's very nice. Thank you very much. Let's get out of here. Jennifer, where's your mother?
The chain she's wearing. It must be taken from her. It has the sign of Marcosius the wolf. It must reach out like this.
I'm so glad to be going home. Will you come and visit us?
I just might be driving in a race near Denver this winter.
Great. Bye, Mr. Kovac.
Goodbye, dear.
Jennifer, your purse.
Thanks, Miss Brent.
I don't know how to thank you.
Anytime you need a guy to wrestle with an old lady, you just give me a buzz.
But how did you know she wasn't an old lady?
Well, he has what he calls hunches.
Well, I'm grateful it isn't anything psychic. Do come visit us.
Thank you.
Both of you. And remember, it's a ranch house. Not an elevator in sight. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Take care. Goodbye.
Bye. Bravo, as they say in France. You've solved that one. You're thinking something?
About how simple it all really was. When Duncan died, Parrish saw a chance to get Andrea's money. A fortune.
No, no. What he really wanted was to control Jennifer.
To use her gift.
Mm-hmm.
All right, if you like to believe that.
I do. Ah. Sweet.
Yeah. I rented it. I'm off to Dover and then the Riviera. You know something? I'm gonna miss you.
Me? Or our teamwork?
Well, both. But the job's done.
Yes, I suppose it is. Well, I hope you win.
I'll try.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Michelle? We're leaving for Paris.
Paris?
Someone's in trouble. I don't know who yet.
You will find out, Tom Kovac.
We will. Hopkins, Miss Brent's bags, please. You will come.
Of course.
Get in. Oh, just one favor. About my name. Would you please make up your mind if you're going to call me Tom or Kovac? Not both together. You make me feel like a telephone listener.
But they both have such a lovely ring to them. Tom Kovac. Tom Kovac. Tom Kovac. Tell me, do you have a middle name?
Chester.
Tom Kovac. Kovac, Tom.
I'll tell your fortune, said a gypsy. I'll read it in the stars above. For in the starry skies are written the mysteries of life and love.